Hello, and welcome to yet another Constellations podcast, this time about chapter 13 of the Epilogue, where I will probably spend about 2.5 hours talking about this one chapter, but that's okay because it was around 35,000 words, 36,000. I don't know, but it was super long, so it makes sense if we spend 2.5 hours talking about it, but Um, I do want to give a bit of an update about things, particularly about chapter 14 and, basically the next three chapters. I was super busy in real life for the month of October and then early November. So I'm just now getting to a place where I can comfortably write again without stress and something I need that's crucial and time sensitive to do. So now that that's all being handled, then I'm now working on things again at a somewhat consistent pace. So that is why there hasn't been much update about chapter 14 or anything like that, as well as just me being exhausted and just kind of yeah, just exhausted and I guess exasperated with this, with things. I don't know. I haven't really been in this fandom for too long. I usually like to stay in fandoms for 2 or 3 years before moving away, but there's just so much going on in this one that it's just exacerbated the whole tiredness and lack of patience on my part, and just the fact that the epilogue is not moving at a pace that I would like, but it's also moving super quickly at the same time because I think I posted it in January and it's November and we're on chapter 14 and it's 150,000 words, which is mind blowing. So, all that to say, I am working on things again and we only have three more. So maybe early next year. Maybe. Who knows? I've also been getting a lot of asks and questions about what will happen after the epilogue. I think I've said this in a few other podcasts, but it bears repeating as much as possible that there is two sequels planned for after the epilogue that handle the main plot of Macaque's curse and how that's going to be dealt with. And that was planned for after this, but the epilogue had to happen or those would not make sense. So I couldn't just skip over this part or cut it short. Um, and the first sequel was going to be about 2 or 3 chapters, and the second one the second one was going to be maybe around 10 or 12. Um, but I don't know if those are going to happen or when they're going to happen. I'm taking an extended break after the epilogue is finished just to take a break because I've kind of been writing nonstop aside from a few, missed months because of events in real life. So just need a break from that constant activity on my brain. So that is the idea. And we'll just see what happens. But I just want to clarify that once the epilogue is over, you won't be seeing much from me. If I might finish a one shot or write a one shot just because, just for the fun of it or whatever, but I don't think there's going to be too much of that. So I'm just trying to set expectations so people aren't what's going on, why aren't you posting anymore? And I'm well, I'm not here, so but anyway, back on track to chapter 13. I wanted to do a talk about this one for a while, and some of the excitement about it got sucked out of me, and I've slowly been trying to steal some of that excitement back about it because I really do like this chapter. It's literally one of my favorites, and I say that every fucking time I post a chapter, and that's True. I think the only chapter I don't really like is chapter 7, but that's because it was a bitch writing it and I wrote it out of order and just the mess that that caused. I don't mind like what's talked about or even the writing. I just hate that it got posted that way and confused a lot of people. But anyway, chapter 13 is definitely one of my favorite ones. So I wanted to give an in-depth walkthrough of everything that happens and then answer a few questions I got about it and things like that. So we can just jump right in to the beginning of the chapter, which is the shadow reflection ritual that Macaque does. So we are beginning with Macaque's shadow reflection ritual, and I think in Constellations chapter 1, we did that whole shadow ritual with shadow sight ritual. That's what it's called. With Macaque trying to, oh, not trying to, actually tracking down the lantern pieces through that ritual. And it was at that point that I'm like, there's probably multiple shadow rituals that can be done to accomplish various things, like shadow sight to see shadows far off, or even in different realms. Shadow reflection to process the shadows within oneself, because that's crucial to performing shadow magic. Probably another ritual about empowering the shadows you're using or something like that. I don't know. I was thinking maybe shadow manipulation, like changing the things you can do with shadows, because I know those are individual. You could say they're individual-ish spells, but it's like the stronger the connection you have, the more things you can do, because magic is cast from the heart and mind. So of course strengthening those things is important, but I think there could be rituals to kind of understand what can be done with shadows, and then accomplish some goal or something that can be done with shadows specifically. So basically it's a series of things. So the shadow reflection ritual is strengthening the shadows within oneself. And you usually don't want to go too long without doing this, because then the shadows are harder to control. So Macaque hasn't done it in a long time. I don't think since he's been killed. Well, he couldn't have done it. Well, I don't think he's done it before he was killed. I don't think he's done it since he was punished, because at that point he was cursed and dying. So he had to recover for a long time. So I don't think he's done it since the fucking uprising. So it's been a long while, but he still has really good control over the shadows, which is just, that's another reason why he has that title of being the master of shadows, because he can still control them so well even without doing this. But anyway, that was a lot of backstory for this one part. I'm trying to stay focused. But basically, the shadow reflection ritual, the stones that, well, okay, let me start here. The different elements that are used, like the candles for fire, the incense for wood and air, I think, the little bowl or whatever for for metal, and then for earth it was stones, and then water it was blood, right? All of those different connections to the elements I thought was essential to this, because just how powerful the elements are and how they are this tether to the earth, the mortal realm. They are the tether to that, and I wanted it to have this kind of grounding type of feeling, having all these elements present is okay, it's kind of stabilizing, stabilizing the magic that will be coming through, and this powerful spell that he's about to cast of taking these shadows out of himself and then reflecting on the things that are troubling him within this specific set of shadows. So it's he reaches inside himself and he pulls out a little clump, not a little clump, let's be honest, a pretty sizable clump of resentment or hatred or regret or sadness or sorrow, whatever we want it to be. He pulls that out and he reflects on it, and then it basically the reflection is looking at where this emotion came from in his life, or like a huge thing that happened that really like built upon that emotion and was just like an integral thing that happened to him that like impacted who he is as a person, like impacted his character, his perspective, who he is. So that's why I wanted there to be a lot of setup with it, because it's not like a it's powerful magic, and it's not something that is like, oh, you could just sit down and do one of these anytime. It's you have to prepare for a while. Like he had to go get these stones and stuff. He had to go gather these things. The scent of the incense is important too, because it's the ingredients are specific. The whatever I said, the ones that are in there, like I think I went into this, but like the scent is like this scent will do this, and this scent will calm you down, and this scent will like empower your, um, I don't know, your. I think it was mostly like calming, relaxation, mindfulness, fortitude, things like that. So even that choice is important. But yeah, I just wanted it to be like this huge thing that took a good amount of time, and that he had to like prepare for. Like he can't just get up and go as he come back and you know do as he pleases here. He has to commit to doing this for a while. So the shadow reflection ritual is just it's very exhausting, because even in constellations, when Wukong had his shadows pulled out of his chest, he felt exhausted. And Macaque goes into this a little bit here, where he's like, you are losing a part of yourself. You're pulling out something that had a deep impact on you. These these emotions have kind of shaped who you are by these experiences, the things you learn from those experiences, the hurt you carry from them, um, and then it's continuing to impact you because you're now trying to heal from those experiences. You're trying to take away lessons that you can and reflect and do better, or I shouldn't do that again, or that was a red flag, or whatever it may be. You're trying to like take that knowledge and go forward so that it doesn't happen again. Or if it does, you're like, oh, I saw that coming, or you're like better prepared, that kind of thing. So it's kind of like preventative, but it's also like acceptance. It's like and I wanted it to feel like kind of like therapy, because it is like basically looking at something through a different perspective, like looking at it again, like what can I learn from this that I didn't learn before? Or now that I'm in a different time period in my life, what do I see here with how I've grown? What do I see now versus what I may have seen before? It's like when you like watch a movie from when you were a kid, and you see all these different things that you didn't pick up on, or you connect the dots in a different way, or you're like, oh, this person was going through this person obviously had depression, and I didn't pick up on that as a kid. Those types of things, that's kind of what this is, like that different perspective on these impactful events. So it is very exhausting, because it's emotionally draining, especially, and I think it's mentally draining too, because he's casting illusions of these things, like in-depth illusions, and looking at what he remembers from his memories. So that not only does that need a lot of magic, it just needs a lot of like time and effort on that person's part, on Macaque's part, to like see this through. So that's why he's super exhausted when it's over, and he has this like loss of perception. He's losing track of time. He's confused and dizzy. He has all these like consequences from it, because it was just a lot of time spent in that illusion going over things. And the first ritual is about his punishment by the 10 Kings of Hell. And I like that we kind of get to see him reflect on that and just be like, oh, this was really fucked up. And it still is fucked up. And him acknowledging that he can't like get revenge, because he doesn't have the power with this curse to do it. And then just him beating himself up, being like, oh, I could have stopped this whole thing if I had just stopped the uprising, or like convinced Wukong and the Brotherhood to that this wasn't a good idea. That type of stuff. I really like that Mechanics has these regrets, and like he's pinning it on him being the celestial primate of insight and wisdom and intelligence. Like this is kind of his like ballpark. Plus he can see the future, so he's like, why didn't I see this coming? I really wish I had looked more into it so that this I would have said no, and then this whole trail of events wouldn't have been set off, and like he could have avoided so much pain and heartache if he had just done that. But then he also accepts that just because he didn't do it this one time, that doesn't make him like unwise or unintelligent. He just didn't do it. And that's not his fault. It's not his fault to like prevent every bad thing from happening, because even with all his abilities, he can't do that. When he looks into the future, he sees possibilities and he has to put those together the best that he can. So it's like he may have seen a possibility where the uprising went well and Azure was the emperor and couldn't handle it, obviously, and then it leads to its own chaos. Like something bad would have happened either way. If they won or not, something bad would happen that would have changed their lives. And this is just the way it went this time. So but like seeing that specific future is like a gamble. It's, because the future is so hard to predict. You can only see possibilities or like pieces of it. And Mechanic has to put those pieces together to make up something that could happen and is the most likely to happen. So when people like ask him like, oh, look into my future, he's like, okay, I might see some useful things. I might see some things that won't ever come to pass because it depends on your choices and like the consequences surrounding those choices, other people's choices. Like all these things have to be considered when it comes to somebody's future. So he's like, I'll try, but it might be fucking nonsense. I didn't want it to be that easy. I wanted his whole future, all sight to not be like, oh, I can see into the future and I'll be able to see exactly what happens. I didn't like that. I wanted it to have like, I wanted it to require skill to use, and it'd be like difficult. Like you have to like, once again, commit to this and commit to figuring out the pieces and everything. And it's just not an answer to everything. It's not like I can look into the future and I'll know exactly what happens. I can warn everybody. I can prevent everything. I think that doing it that way is unrealistic. Plus, it just removes a lot of tension and stakes from the story if you just make it like, here's the answer. And then, and I know a lot of people have the future look that way, but I just want to take a different turn on it, and just make it this somewhat annoying thing that he just has to deal with, and that it doesn't work perfectly. I like that it takes a lot more work to figure out what the highest probability, like whatever is most likely to happen, he has to put it together himself. Like all sight does. All sight will tell the present because that's happening now and he can see that, like that's currently unfolding, and it will easily show the past because that's already happened. But when it comes to the future, it's like, no, you have to fucking work at it. It's difficult to sell. So, like, I like that he accepted that he doesn't have to constantly be on top of things. And that doesn't make him stupid. And it doesn't make him a bad person or wrong that he didn't catch this. So he's kind of like trying to forgive himself here. And I think that comes from a place of like him always being the one to like stop Wukong from making bad decisions, or like reining him in and being like, no, don't do that, or do this instead, or you can't do that, you've already done these 3 things. He's kind of like used to managing things in that way and putting out fires. So like this was a huge fire that he didn't put out. So he's like blaming himself. And I think that him forgiving himself is like really, really important. And that is draining too. That leads to the exhaustion as well, to the reflection ritual, because you just have to contend with these things and decide what you want to do, like going forward. Do you want to forgive yourself, or like, and it's just for, of course you should forgive yourself, but it's just healing, to look at things again in a dedicated space with time. Like nobody's rushing you. Nobody's like, oh, you got to get out of here. Like you have to go do this or do that. It's like you can spend time in there and just think and like decide for yourself how you want to process this and what you can take from it. So that's basically what the shadow reflection ritual, the whole idea behind it there, and just that Macaque wanted to do it because he's made up his mind. I like that he chose to do it as soon as he made up his mind. He's like, okay, I'm not gonna kill him, so I need to do a reflection ritual immediately to get my powers back up to, back up to speed. And that's gonna take a few rituals for him to like get back up to his as good as he can be when he's cursed. So that's what this whole thing is going to be like, and he's going to continue to do those in the next few chapters, like reflecting on different events and those types of things, and we'll see how that goes down. But yeah, I just wanted to give a little backstory about it. But anyway, after he finishes that and he sleep or rests, he can't sleep. Remember that Macaque cannot sleep and has not slept. Well, he couldn't sleep in hell, so take those 1,500 years away. He hasn't slept in like 654 years, which is horrible. And he can't sleep or he'll get nightmares. And the nightmares are very personal because they utilize the shadows of his heart and mind to like put his greatest fears in his head. It's like awful. Because shadows can soothe nightmares. You can use a spell with shadow magic to like make it so people around you or like don't have nightmares. And that's what Macaque did when he was like the prince of Flowerfruit Mountain. He would soothe everybody's like hearts and minds so they could sleep peacefully. That's why they're so upset that he's gone. Well, one of the reasons why. He did so much. And it's like, you go from having no nightmares to, occasionally you have some, and then the children have them all the time because there's like all kinds of shadows and spooky things on the mountain at nighttime. And, just sometimes you have nightmares, and it's like they're like, oh, I don't want to go through this. What? I wish Macaque was back. But yeah, so he can't sleep. And so he rests for 3 days, and then he is like, yeah, I kind of feel like shit. I want to like lessen that or like have a mood boost, a positive experience here to like cheer myself up type of stuff. And the writing, the prose gets a little weird here, because Macaque is still dizzy and confused, and that's why he shows up at fucking nighttime, and he's like, oh, it was supposed to be the afternoon. And it's like, no, he just has lost track of time, and that like internal clock is not working, and he's just not like paying attention as much as he usually would. Because Macaque usually always knows what time it is with his hearing and like shadows and everything. He always knows what time it is. This time he did not pay attention to any of that. And he was just like, I want to see Wukong. And he went over there and he's like, it should be afternoon. And he could not be more wrong. I think that's really funny and just shows how draining this ritual is, how it can like really knock somebody off balance where they have to like be like, whoa, holy shit. Plus he did not sleep. If he had slept, it would have been way better. He would have been fine, but he didn't. So he's like still suffering with this. So yeah, he shows up at night, and I think the prose around that is funny, and him just like realizing, oh, I sure did fuck up here. And then him like deciding whether he should commit to to seeing Wukong or not. And the fact that he is going to see him, like he's like, no, I'm here. Something's gonna happen. Like I'm not just gonna leave. I think that's so cute. And I don't think it I worry that it didn't come off as like a cute thing, but he's like, and I also worry that people take it as Macaque using Wukong for his like positive or whatever, just seeing him like, oh, this Wukong will cheer me up no matter what. Like he's not using him in that way. He's not trying to be like, oh, I can just go to Wukong. He'll automatically like that's his job to cheer me up. It's not like that. It's just that he likes being around him. So he's like, yeah, I'll just go see him, and then like spending time with him makes me happy. So like, yeah, that's why I want to go over there, because I'm miserable. So I want to spend time with somebody that I like spending time with, basically, is what is happening. I don't want it to be like, oh, I'm going to go see Wukong because he knows to cheer me up and he'll do whatever I say, that kind of thing. Nah, it's not like that. But this is also from Macaque's perspective, so he's not going to say it like that. He's not going to say, like, oh, Wukong makes me super happy. I want to go see him. He makes me so happy. He's not going to say it that way. So in that way, I have to change it to fit his character. And I feel like people miss that, or they think that whatever Macaque is saying or thinking is the truth. And it's not. It's just how he sees things. We're in his mind. So that's just how he sees things. What readers are supposed to do, I said we. Well, I am a reader. Anyway, what we're supposed to do is like take what he's giving us and discern the truth for ourselves based on the other things that are happening, based on other people's other characters like reactions and words. Like we're supposed to like infer or figure out what's really going on, because Macaque is not reliable and he's just saying whatever he feels. I will say that he's kind of more reliable than Wukong in some ways, but Wukong is also more reliable in some ways. It's just different. Like, you just have to like pay attention and like look between the lines, especially. So for this, or just understand the character. Like, you understand, oh, Mac's not gonna say it that way, but he does like enjoy spending time with Wukong based on the fact that he always goes over there and like he enjoys it and he has a good time and he laughs and he smiles and he doesn't want to leave. That type of stuff. So anyway, Macaque wants positive sensations to counteract the experience he just went through and just to, cheer himself up. And he just admits to wanting kisses, and that is admitted because he's kind of like a little bit still confused. And so he's like, yeah, I want kisses and I'm gonna get them and I'm not leaving until I get them. So, and I also like that he goes through the list of ways that he can wake Wukong up, but he just is like, I'm not gonna do any of that, I'm just gonna knock. I think that's so funny. It's like, if he was in his right mind, he would have just used the shadow. But he's just like, no, I'll just knock on the door and he'll come out. And the assumption that Macaque just showing up will summon Wukong out just because of the magic in Wukong's chest moving. He's like, oh, he'll come out just based on that. Forgetting that Wukong is fucking knocked out. He is sleeping. He is honk shoeing. Okay? But when there's a knock at the door, Wukong assumes like it's like some of the younger monkeys coming to him for comfort, or like something's happened, or there's a problem, somebody's hurt, that type of stuff. So he like gets up and he's like, let me go see what the problem is. That's why when he goes out there, he like is already speaking, monkey language. And he's like, oh, what's going on? Did somebody have a nightmare? What's happening? And I think I liked putting that in there because it's just how often it occurs that that's Wukong's first assumption. Not that somebody else has come to visit him. It's just like a member of the family being like, we need something. I just think that's cute that they just can come. They feel comfortable enough to come to him at any hour of the day and just be like, yeah, we need help or whatever. And the fact that he will answer the door and be there, I think, is another way to show that he really cares about his family and he's like supportive and he's there when they need him to be. So I really liked including that, and I liked including that because Macaque once again is shown how much the mountain has changed without his influence and how the family has changed without it. Like the fact that young monkeys are having nightmares to the point that they go and look for Wukong to feel safe and to feel better. Like they're like, oh, Monkey King won't let anything happen to us, anything. So I will go into his house and, and sleep on his face, and then nothing will happen to me. It's kind of like that. And he's also just like, the young ones kind of just see him as like grandpa. They just see him as like grandpa, and it's like, oh, grandpa will protect us, because the young monkeys don't know about, they've been told stories, but they didn't see it. All the things that Wukong has done and achieved and all the baddies he's beat up, they haven't seen that for themselves, but they understand that he is the strongest monkey in the world. So they're like, okay, we'll just go hang out with grandpa, and grandpa will protect us from anything. It's very cute. Anyway, that was a tangent that didn't need to go that long. But also, this was another opportunity as well for me to show Wukong's tummy and Macaque's reaction to it, because once again, I'm never going to get tired of it. Had to do it again. I was like, I see my chance and I'm going to take it. Also, I definitely think Wukong sleeps without a shirt on all of the time. But this was also just a way to be like, before Macaque's denial of seeing Wukong's stomach at the waterfall. Like, he's like, I'm not attracted to him. I don't know what's going on. This is stupid. I don't know why my face is hot. His stupid, he just was so angry. He was so angry that he was still attracted to him. And this time, Macaque's like, yeah, whatever. That is the cutest stomach I've ever seen. And he's just unabashedly checking him out. And I'm like, that is so refreshing. And just a great way to show how things have changed, just even in a few chapters. I thought that was so funny for him to just like not even care, to just cross his arms and just like not even look at Wukong's face when he's talking to him. Like, he is literally just staring at his chest and stomach, and I think that's pure. Also, in addition to like checking Wukong out, just the fact that Macaque will dead ass say, I don't like Wukong's illusions. Just, I hate them. The way that they hide his eyes, like, oh, it should be fucking obvious by now that Macaque loves Wukong's red eyes, and seeing like the gold on gold illusion for his eyes just pisses him off at this point. He gets so mad, and I liked showing that because in Butterfly Kisses, Wukong got mad when Macaque didn't take his illusions off. He was like, I'm not saying anything or continuing anything. I'm not continuing this conversation until you take those illusions off. I like how they've gotten so used to the fact that they are like, we are only going to see each other as we truly are. We don't want to see any of this fake stuff. We don't want to do that. So definitely, it's like illusions have to come off as soon as they're like together and alone, of course. Like they have to be on. This is not a game. They both take it so seriously. I think Wukong's obvious like, oh, I sure am gonna drop everything to go hang out with Macaque is very, very cute. And the fact that Macaque knew that was coming, but just that he enjoys hearing it anyway. That was just a sweet moment. I like Wukong's like always like, oh yeah, I'm down for anything. What do you want to do? Like any time of day. He is like, I will drop everything to go hang out with Macaque. Every single time. I think that's really adorable. Macaque thinks he's adorable too. But anyway, I also like, obviously when Macaque showed up and he was like trying to speak at the door, and Wukong interrupted him and just made all these like, oh, we're gonna go for a walk or whatever. Macaque was trying to fucking say, I wanted to see you at that point, but Wukong was like, oh, we're going for a walk, and he's going and doing his own thing. And Macaque's like, all right, I'll just say that another time. And it's not something, well, he would say it, but you know, just the confusion and the exhaustion, he's just like, I'm gonna just say whatever I feel in the moment. And you know, he's not like, he's unfiltered basically, and he's not like second guessing himself or, you know, trying to not give too much away. He's just like, whatever, you know, because that's honest. He did want to see him. So anyway, they go inside. And I like this like dissection of Macaque criticizing the hut for how samey it is, and he likes that, but he hates it at the same time. Just to show that conflict between past and present. And also it's setting up for future things. But anyway, it's also just like he's like concerned with how Wukong is living. He's like, this is not. He's like really surprised Wukong is not taking advantage of all the modern technology and everything that's happening. But you know, he just has all his criticisms. I think that's just Macaque for you. He's always criticizing something. But anyway. We should talk about the most, not the most important part, but well, it's one of the most important parts is, Wukong's outfit with his thick and juicy hoodie. So cute. I had to do it. It had to happen. And he wore that on purpose. Not only was it easy to slip on, he's just like, oh, I know what to wear. I have the perfect thing. I know just what to wear. Also, it was like, basically, Wukong put on makeup really quick, like eyeliner or whatever, to make his eyes look better or whatever, because he knows that Macaque likes that. And Macaque like picked up on it and he's like, oh, that's interesting. And he likes it, but he's just he wasn't sure if that was there before. Like, he's not being mean. It's just that he's still kind of confused. But he did notice it, so he just didn't say anything about it. But yes, Wukong is getting dressed and putting on makeup and trying to look pretty for his boyfriend on their sudden date. On their sudden nighttime date. I think that's really cute. And then finally, Macaque gets to say what he was fucking trying to say from the get, that he wanted to see Wukong. And that kind of just, that and the kiss just has this whole heart stopping thing happening again. And I kind of have to get into that because I think I posted an ask about it, but I don't know if I talked about it at length in any other podcast. So I will do that now. Basically, the whole heart stopping thing is, it's like it's alluding to how immortality works for them. Immortality is connected to their magic. And so, like, when Wukong's like, oh, my heart stopped for a little bit, and he was kind of just staring into space, that's kind of like, well, here, well, obviously for mortals, when your heart stops, you die. So that's basically what happened. His heart did stop, and normally he would die if he was mortal, but he's not. So his magic was keeping him alive at that point, because it's linked to his immortality, is linked to his magic. So he was unresponsive because that shocked him so much to hear it, and then to be kissed like that was a lot to happen at once. And it kind of just overwhelmed his heart all at once, so it kind of just stopped. And then the magic has to go into overtime to, like, get his heart moving again, get everything pumping and flowing correctly. Like, that process has to happen. And that's why Macaque is just looking at him. He's like, oh, did he really did he really, like, fake die? Because if they are injured or hurt enough, or it would be a deadly wound, what will happen to like Wukong and Macaque and MK and Little Star. I should just say celestial primates, but I think the divine have a way of doing this too. I just don't know if it's the same exact way as the primates, but anyway, for the primates, they would just be unresponsive and they'd, like, freeze. So kind of go into shock while their magic tries to fix whatever is going on and heal them to a point where they can function again, basically. So it's like the body has to stop for the magic to, like, kind of heal that thing, because it's a lot to be like, oh, you just suffered a killing injury, a critical one that would kill you, and we have to keep you moving while also healing that injury. So the whole shock thing is just like a moment to get the crucial processes up and running again, and then healing everything afterwards. Like, it's that immortality at work trying to, like, sustain, And I know that's a really complicated way of thinking it, because you just think, oh, he gets stabbed and he just keeps on going. I kind of like this because it's tied to the magic system. And I think that immortality should kind of have that drawback where it's like, I got mortally wounded. Now I'm going to be recovering for, like, maybe 5 minutes, and then I can go back into it. Like, I'm not going to die, but I'm just going to be, like, in shock for a while. I wanted there to be that kind of repercussion, because I'm like, if it's like, oh, I'm just going to keep on going. I mean, yeah, that is immortality, but I just like the difference there, of there being, like, this, there's still this kind of consequence that they have to suffer through. So that's what basically happened. And that's why Macaque is, like, laughing, and he does that corny joke because it's ridiculous. He kind of is, he's like, holy shit. Just from a kiss. Like, it's hard to believe, but, that gets explained a little bit later on. But then the whole talk about in the make-out session is just very, very cute. And just how easily they fall back into old habits that they used to have, like Macaque giving kisses to Wukong to calm him down, Wukong knowing immediately that Macaque is doing something that could possibly be dangerous, like sussing that out, and he knows Macaque is hiding something. Like, they just know each other too well, And I like these little moments where you can see that, like they can just see each other, like seeing through um, any type of lie or stuff like that. Like, and they know how to get each other to calm down and stop worrying and just like focus on the present, that type of thing. These little moments of familiarity are just like, I think it's really crucial, especially when they were mates in the past, to show these types of things. Like, they still remember how to do this, and it comes so easily back to them when they are in close, like when they're close again. So, yeah. And then the whole Wukong asking that question and then Mikak teasing him, that whole moment is really cute to me. But I think my favorite part is when Wukong asks the question and he's waiting for a response, and he's like leaning his chin on Makak's chest, so he's basically just looking up at him and waiting. And I think that's a really cute image. That's basically all I have to say about that part. I just really like it because I think that's cute of him to just like, get comfortable and wait while also admiring Makak's entire face. It's such a Wukong thing to do. And so them like taking off into the night to go get up to some shenanigans. This whole thing is like probably my favorite type of date or setting to write. It's like one of my top favorites. Like the whole stealing away into the night and getting up to some shenanigans, going on some night walks. I think I like that whole thing of like just spending nighttime together. I don't know. I think that's cute. It's one of my favorite things to write. So I'm glad that I got to do it here. And so finally, we're talking about the actual walk. Did that take an hour? I hope not. Anyway, we're on the actual walk now. And I freaking love that Makak is clearing the pathway for Wukong because he's so fucking clumsy. Like, Makak just automatically does this. He's like, I know this idiot is going to trip over a tree branch or something. Let me just clear the path so that doesn't happen. The fact that he just instinctively did that is so cute. And it's Wukong understands that too, obviously, because he once again, that like overwhelms his heart for Makak to be like, no, I want you to like not use your illusions or like change anything about your eyes right now. Like, I want to see them. Like, basically, Wukong is not fucking used to Makak being this honest and this clear about what he's feeling. Usually he speaks in like riddles and stuff that Wukong has to like figure out. And he usually figures them out a little while later. But having just being told like, oh, I want to see your eyes, or I wanted to see you, is like very direct and straightforward, and not like like usually Makak speaks with his words wrapped in like layers of gift wrapping that Wukong usually has to pull apart to just get to what he really means. But these are just like, yeah, this is how I'm feeling right now and about you. And it's just he's not used to that. So he has these like really huge reactions because he is not used to that shit. He loves it, but he's just not used to it. So once again, his heart stops for a little bit, but it doesn't stop. It just kind of hurts because it's like overwhelming. I like how they're kind of enter into this competition of trying to like one up each other and like saying really sweet things that they know the other will like. I think that's like some competitive affection that they're engaging with there. And now this leads to like a makeout session. It hasn't even been 5 fucking minutes on this walk. They can't go 5 minutes and they're making out. And this whole makeout session is just, honestly, this whole chapter is just filled with a whole bunch of like truths and stuff that really affect like your heart as you're reading, because they're just being very open and honest. And honestly, it's so nice to see that after everything. It's so nice that they just say, like, most of the time they say what they're feeling, and aren't ashamed to say it. Like Wukong being so desperate, he's like showing it openly, being like, just kissing Makak again and being like, I wouldn't be like this if you showed up more. Why aren't you showing up more? Like, he is like not even hiding that he wants to see him, and he's like touch starved and he's addicted to kissing him. And it's just been so long since he's like had this affection that he's like, you need to come over more because I need more kisses and time with you, and I'm not getting enough, and I'm starving, and we need to like fix this. And I like that it's a more competitive affection in this way, mixed with desperation, because Wukong is like pushing Macaque up against the tree this time, and he's overwhelming him with kisses and like sweet words, and just knowing how to touch knowing how to touch Macaque and to get him comfortable, and just and also uncomfortable because he's just overwhelming Macaque with affection. Um, I just think that's really cute. Wukong just does that and knows that Macaque secretly likes it, and he plays that not liking it, but he does like it. Just things like that. And the whole like we have to keep walking thing. Macaque really would have just stayed there and made out with him, but it is fucking nighttime, and midnight is, there is a time limit here. Um, but he also really likes that Wukong is so desperate for him. Of course he likes that. He likes being like wanted by the Monkey King, like as he'll say multiple times through this fucking chapter alone. So he's like into it, and he's like, we were about to fucking get up to some shit, but we have to keep walking. Because in the hut, he's like, Macaque said that he has a specific place in mind. They haven't gone there yet, so he actually really wants to go there and see it. But before they go and see it, they have a conversation about MK's training, which is super fun to me because I like talking about magic and spells and MK's training specifically. And I like writing about it too. So just having this conversation, and also I just like that they're discussing the curriculum and MK's training together, like teachers would, like, oh, here's what we need to do, here's what we need to catch up on, oh, we should adjust it for this, we should work on water spells next maybe instead of more wind spells. And he's already mastered restoration magic. That's wild. We should change this. And I just like that they have this conversation, they fall into it so easily, and that Macaque is kind of rubbing it in Wukong's face that having spells and lessons prepared for when either one of them can't come was really important, and they needed to do that. And Wukong just not admitting that he was right. Well, he does, but he's being a little bitch about it. He's just being stubborn. But anyway, I just like that conversation. And just how Wukong is like telling him like MK is like wanting to see you too. He's wondering where you are. Just reinforcing that other people care for Macaque, obviously, and they want to see him and they want to make sure he's okay. And just I like Wukong constantly being the one to do that, because he also did it in chapter 11 where he's like, MK wanted to check on you too. That wasn't me. Like, MK just wants to know you're fine. And just, it's kind of like he's constantly trying to remind Macaque that he is cared for and that he doesn't have to be alone. And he is loved. Like, there are people who care about his well-being. So Wukong is kind of like trying to remind him of that, like to make him feel better, to make him feel like included as well. So that's why he keeps doing it, and also just to encourage Macaque to come back. It's like if he feels ashamed based on what happened, or like still upset, it's like, no, everything's okay. We just need you to come back. It's kind of the thing. So yeah, I like that moment. And with the whole restoration and healing magic thing, the healing magic can be cast with different spells. Like in Constellations chapter 4, Wukong used water to cast a healing spell. MK was using wood to cast a healing spell for this, so he mastered those wood healing spells. And the healing spells can be cast with any kind of magic because it's just like a subset of magic. So you can cast healing spells with like celestial magic, shadow magic, like Macaque healing MK in Constellations chapter 3 when he got hurt after the whole marble demon fight. Macaque used shadow magic to heal MK. You can even use death magic to heal, but it wouldn't be very effective. And you can use fire magic to heal. Fire can heal, cauterizing wounds or whatever. Just burn it. I mean, Like that kind of reasoning. Um, so they're basically saying like, since MK has mastered wood spells, wood healing spells, maybe we can transition to healing with water magic, just to see how he handles water as well. So they're kind of trying to see like if there's a they're trying to see if there's a kink in MK's learning where there's if there's like a specific element that he's having trouble with. Like with wind, it took him a little while to do cloud somersaulting, but when they would teach him another wind spell, it would be more basic. So they just want to see where any problems might be because MK is just speeding through these fucking lessons like nobody's business. He's fucking killing it. Once again, I have to like emphasize how much I like that the nose rubbing thing has just become something they do. Like to greet each other, to just be cute together, to show affection, to like check on each other, to show intent and to like cheer each other up. I like that it's like this gesture that can be used in a bunch of different ways. Kind of like how the word for mate can be used in a bunch of different ways. I like how they kind of adapted it, and it's just born from like Wukong just wanting to like get close to Macaque and just like rub his nose and be cute with him. Like I like how they kept that as a tradition and it's just still going. I think that's very, very cute. But anyway, let's go back into it because we are now clear of the forest and we are in the cove that Macaque was born in, like his birthplace. So this little um this cove is like pretty small. Like it's a very private place, you know. It's very pretty though, and it is a bit colder up there, because Macaque is born from water, and you know his element. I mean, not element. Well, his element is water because he was born from it. But then his season is like winter. He was born in the winter, so his territory being a little bit more cold is kind of on brand. Um, but also just to reiterate, like all the celestial primates are born from an element. Wukong was born from a stone, obviously. Macaque was born from water. Little Star was born from embers or fire, and MK was born from soil. So whatever whatever element they were born from is the element they are most connected to, so they have an easier time performing magic of that element and they have more of a connection to that element, which is why Macaque is able to sense the spirits of the ocean and just have a good time there. um so the cove is just like a really nice place that Macaque would just hang out and sort through things. It was like his own like private study. He would like practice magic there, and just it was just a calming place for him to go where he could be like by himself and like just retreat from things like any type of like gathering or the brotherhood meetings. He would go there and just decompress, that kind of thing. um but and also just to go back for a second, the whole how celestial primates are born is just from an influx of magic growing over time. So like just an accumulation of things, like because Flower Fruit Mountain is a very magical place. It has magic in it. Magic is drawn there naturally, so it's just a magical area. And so like since this magic is drawn there, it like manifests in different ways. And if a bunch of magic is collected in one place, I mean that kind of, it's like a celestial primate's gonna pop out of there, you know. And I did this because, like, in Wukong's birth is like it was born of the sun and the earth and the sky and just all these kinds of elements just feeding into this rock, that I was like, I think that should be the case for all of the celestial primates. Just they're born from this like gathering of magic, and all of it just swirls together, and it forms a life form, kind of like that. So yeah, but anyway, back to the cove and these two idiots on their date. Can we give props to Macaque for like making stepping stones so Wukong doesn't fall and hurt himself? Holy shit. The way that Macaque like easily falls back into I have to look after this fool is so fucking endearing. It's like he made the choice to like love and hate him, and he's like, all right, well now I know what I have to do, because he's like, Wukong's not gonna fucking check for these things himself. He's gonna make a fool of himself, and he just automatically just does that. I just think that's very precious, because it's also, it's not like I keep saying fool and stuff. Wukong's not stupid. He's just like, he's clumsy and he doesn't pay attention to those things. But it's also Macaque showing care. It's like him showing love in this way, that he is like clearing paths and making stepping stones, just looking out for him. I think that's a way that he shows love and care, and just because he's considerate in that way. Like that is how Macaque is considerate, versus Wukong always being aware of Macaque's hearing and just being like, oh, we don't need to be over here, it's too loud, or telling other people to shut up, or reminding other people that Macaque can hear everything. That the way that they have consideration for each other is just really precious. I don't know. It was just another way to show that. And he just also doesn't want Wukong getting hurt unnecessarily. Like, come on. He's like, let's avoid that. Let's stop that from happening. So yeah. I also like that when they get on the shore and they're just looking at the ocean while holding hands, which is pretty gay. Macaque just admits that he planned his proposal to Wukong here. He just says that out loud. He just drops it like it's not a big deal, because Wukong had no fucking clue that he planned it here. But that's just what Macaque thinks about when he sees it again. He's like, oh, that's right, I planned my proposal here. And he, basically what he's saying is he planned out what he was going to say. Like, he practiced the words, is what he says. And he got it down so he wouldn't mess up. And he just, practiced magic. It was like a study training place for him. It was just a really nice place that he liked to go. It was like it's like his private spot, his little private cove. It's a safe space for him. And he gets some quiet. Like, it's quiet. It's quieter on that cove in his territory versus everywhere else on the mountain. So he's like, I can get some semblance of peace here. Also, that whole conversation where, just based on the proposal where Wukong's like, I didn't know that, and them just remarking on how Wukong didn't do anything first, and Wukong was like, well, I was stressed and I want to do everything right. And he was like, I always wanted to do things right by you. That's what he was kind of trying to get at, but obviously he hasn't done everything right, considering what happened with the killing, so he kind of just shuts up. And I like that. Macaque is like, I'm glad that he shut up and didn't like bring that up and ruin this, like with that, like we've talked about it I don't know how many times. I like that they've both kind of been like, okay, we have talked about it. Wukong's apologized multiple times. It's kind of just like, okay, we get it. We've talked it through. It's kind of like, let's just sit down. Let's just put that over here, and try not to bring it up as much, because, I mean, like, what else can they do, They've both kind of reached that point of understanding. But there's also the whole connection to Macaque feeling that Wukong has. And this was like pretty fun to write, because I think it was a battle of their natures here, of Wukong's more optimistic nature. Like, we obviously know he's very forgiving. He's very optimistic, and he like sees the silver lining on things and tries to like just look at the positive. He acknowledges the negative, but he's like, I'm just gonna focus, like point out the good things to here too. Versus Macaque's more realistic take on things, which is also what happened in like chapter 6 or whatever of Constellations. The whole argument about telling the Jade Emperor about Macaque's curse, Wukong had this really optimistic viewpoint here where he's like, something is going to happen, it'll probably be good, and then your curse will be removed safely, versus Macaque, who is like, we are dealing with divine beings, immortals, who have been known to have their own plans, their own goals, and we could just be players in their game or whatever. And he's just like more realistic on what could happen, because he's like, they could just say that and then not actually follow through or do it, just to keep Wukong quiet. Just, it's kind of like that. He's like, I'm taking a more realistic approach because I'm not going to trust in the divine after everything that they've done to us and like demon kind as a whole. Like Mikak is like, I don't, that's not. And just how they argued about that, and they couldn't even reach like, well, they kind of reached a, they did reach understanding where Wukong like looked at it from Mikak's point of view and like acknowledged that yeah, things could go wrong or they could turn out differently than what he's hoping. Um, and the same thing kind of happens here with their battle of natures here, where Wukong brings up that he felt connected to Mikak on this beach, and Mikak's like, "Why did you bring that up?" or something like that, and also like, "Why did you come here at all?" Because he was dead. So Mikak's like, "I wasn't here, and I couldn't feel you. I couldn't feel your magic or anything because when you're dead, you can't perform magic. You can't feel it. You can't. You're just dead." Like, so he's like, "What? You didn't feel me." Mikak was like, there was no possible way you could feel me. I was dead. I didn't have any magic. There was no way I could send a message to you or communicate with you in that way. I couldn't even communicate with the elements. Like what he's like, he has this really logical and serious take on it. He's like, why is Wukong being stupid about this type of thing? But then he's like, he walks it back and is like, well, I was born here, so maybe you felt something. I don't know. I can't say for sure. Just to ease this realistic take on Wukong, who probably is feeling like dismissed and like being made to feel like he's stupid just because he felt a connection or something here. And Mikak kind of just shitting on that. He realizes that's not a nice thing to do. But it's this is like, and I know this is just one part of this super long chapter, but there's a lot happening here because just Mikak feeling the need to lessen that blow for Wukong, and also just that it's about his death too. Why Mikak's kind of like, why do I have to do this when it's about my death? Like Mikak's like, why do I have to make sure Wukong is emotionally okay when I'm the one who died? So he's like frustrated in that sense that he feels this, but nobody's making him do this. Wukong is not making him do this. Mikak is doing it because that's what he did before. So he's kind of falling into these whole old habits of being like, oh, we can't like be too harsh on Wukong. We can like give it to him in chunks. We can give him bad news in chunks, kind of like that. He's like, I can't just like smash his ideas or dismiss them all at once and say that he's wrong and he's stupid. I can't make him feel stupid because I love him. I don't want to do that. But he's just wrong in this case. It's kind of falling back into that where he's like carefully letting Wukong down easy, that type of thing, pointing out a silver lining that could be, or like feeding him some delusion, or Mikak is just like, oh, don't get upset type of thing. And it's just multifaceted, this moment where Mikak is like, I am doing this, but I don't have to. He didn't make me, and I shouldn't be doing it because it's about my death. Like, I should be getting comforted. But anyway, there's just a lot of emotions here that go into this conversation, and you just see the difference, like in Mikak's actions, combining the past and the present here, where he's like, this is what I used to do, but I don't need to do that anymore because of what happened with the killing. So I need to do it a different way. But then he just keeps falling back into old habits, and it's just that cycle repeatedly for like literally everything. It's just him trying to find this middle ground of where he wants to be in regards to Wukong and how he interacts with Wukong, and just that whole process and how that's going to change over time and how it has changed over time. Because he used to be very hostile. He was very hostile towards Wukong for obvious reasons and constellations. They had that talk. Then they're like, I don't know how to talk to you or how to act around you, since we have this new information. So it's just really awkward. We have that awkward moment. Then as they keep going on these walks, it's like slowly opening up and just trusting each other and doing all of that. And now that it's like Mikak has accepted he's going to love and hate Wukong, he's like, now I don't know how to act, because loving and hating is like, loving is like how I was in the past. Hating is what I am right now. So how do I combine those things in interactions with Wukong while still being true to myself. It's really complicated, and I this is an example of that. There's more later on, but there's a lot to unpack there. So I just wanted to point that out, that this conversation is just super important, I think, just to show how they are still trying to navigate how they interact with each other. And that's the whole point of the epilogue as a whole, but this is just a really good example of it in the late game, like, because I mean, we're closer to the end here now, and just seeing this contention still in Macaque is very interesting to me. And also Wukong's response to Macaque's like placating, like, oh, maybe there was something there, I don't know, and Wukong being like, well, maybe there was, maybe there wasn't, I could be delusional or whatever, but I'm grateful that to these waters because they brought you here to me. I think that whole dialogue on Wukong's part really shows a lot how he has changed, where he's like not getting upset by Macaque just telling it to him straight, being like, I didn't feel you and I wasn't here and you didn't feel anything. Wukong didn't start crying or anything. He's just like, that might have been right. He's like, it probably was delusion or me fooling myself into thinking that I did feel you to lessen the guilt for a little bit more, for a moment in time, just to lessen the guilt or make myself feel better for a little while. So he's kind of looking at it in that way, but he's like, I don't know. He's like, I don't know why I did it, because he's not very in tune with his emotions. Well, he is, but he can't like explain them. He can't be like, oh, I was doing this because I wanted to, like, I felt like here I could just remember you fondly without like beating myself up or being guilt ridden and just reminding myself constantly about how I'm a shithole asshole face for killing you. It was like a place to just remember Macaque and not like beat himself up or weigh himself down with all these other feelings, these negative feelings. He was just really basking in positive ones and just, having that whole moment for himself. So I like that his response was not like argumentative. It was just like kind of accepting, like kind of walking the middle ground, like, yeah, you could be right, I could be right, I don't know what it was, I can't really say, but here's one thing I do know for sure. I just like how he handled that, and I think Macaque really liked it too. And just going back to Macaque just reading Wukong so well, like, Wukong didn't say that he did it because he felt connected to Macaque. Macaque got that from just what he was trying, just the few words he said, because he just reads Wukong so well. It's like effortless. He just knows what he's gonna say. He knows his mind, and I mean, like, we got that from Wukong's perspective when in chapter 3 at the beginning, when he's like, oh, Macaque's gonna come back to the farm and tell us where the next lantern piece is. He cares too much about that favor to not do that, and Wukong was right, like. And he waited till the last minute to be dramatic and came in at a dramatic moment because it was Wukong's conversation with MK about the past. So he did wait to the last moment in a really dramatic way. It was raining, he just knows Macaque too, and I just like these moments of them showing that over and over and over again. It's like you keep reading and you're like, you can see echoes of them in the past. I really like that. And I really like that I did that and made them mates in the past, because it's really fun to write and just always have this like harkening back to that time period. It's just really cool. I don't know. But that whole line with Wukong saying, because they brought you here to me, just fucks me up every single time. I can't. It's just such a cute thing to say. And it's just so him. I don't know. Messes with me. Anyway, it's time to wade in the water. I like how Macaque heard that really sweet thing, and he was like, oh, that was such a sweet thing. Holy shit. I have to move or do something. I can't face that right now. He kind of was like overwhelmed in that way. He was like, oh, I can't, that was a lot. And it was cute, and I don't know what to do. Let me get in the water. And he also just felt like the water was calling him too. So he just gets in there, and it's also like it's something Macaque would not do normally if he wasn't exhausted from this ritual. It's something Macaque wouldn't do. That's why Wukong's like, what the fuck are you doing? And he's just laughing. He can't believe that Macaque's gonna get in the water. Like, that's something Wukong that would do. That's why he's so surprised. He's like, you're gonna what? So Macaque gets in the water and he has his whole time of just acknowledging the spirits of the water and just refamiliarizing himself with the ocean here, and just his connection, renewing his connection here with the water and his element. And then also the way that he imparts shadow magic into the water, like a spell of to soothe inner turmoil. It's like, I know a lot. When I was writing this, I was thinking about how people say, why can't these painkillers or ibuprofen heal the pain in my in my head, in my heart or whatever. Like, why can't it heal my inner turmoil? And that's kind of what I thought when doing this, because when Macaque puts the shadow magic on top of the water, it's kind of like an ultimate spa bath. It's like you go in there and it has the healing properties to soothe you inside and out, because it's shadow magic. So the shadows of your heart and mind are soothed now. Like, it's a comforting presence in this cove. Now, anybody gets into the water, they're like, oh shit, I feel okay. I feel pretty good. Oh shit, this is really nice. You know, it's just it's a relaxation type of thing. And the water is forever indigo now, so it's like people will know, like, what's going on with this fucking water? And they get in the water and they're like, holy shit, this is, wow, I feel really rejuvenated inside and out. And I just feel like I've really been taken care of. Like, I feel really comforted by this water. I don't know. So it's kind of like a place of healing now, I think. And I think that's just really cute for him to do. Like, that's the spell he gave the water, when the water was just like, we're happy to see you. I like that the water, like, responds to Macaque's presence. It's so cute. I like it. I like how much Macaque loves being born from water. Like, he just likes water. I like putting that love of the element with the primate, and just all the different ways they can interact with their element because they were born from it. Like Wukong being born from stone, and how he lives on Flower Fruit Mountain, you know? Like, he's just on this mountain all the time, and it speaks to him. And it's just, of course he's going to be on a mountain. He was born from Earth. So it's, things like that. But anyway, after Macaque creates the ultimate spa bath in this cove, just him asking Wukong to come, and then Wukong's dumb ass tripping over himself and just being a little clumsy fool. And I say that endearingly, because Macaque just feels that love and fondness in that moment of Wukong trying so hard to get into the water that he almost gets his fucking boots and pants wet because he's so fucking eager. And then he just as quickly as he can, tries to remove his boots, and it just leads to this fucking show of Wukong just not being able to remove his fucking boots. And it's very cute. And Macaque is just standing there waiting, like, oh my gosh. He's kind of in, like, it's just really fond exasperation. I don't know how to explain it. He's just like, look at him. He is so much. He's so extra. Why is he like this? And why do I love him? It's kind of a moment like that. And I love moments like that, where Macaque is just like, oh my gosh, I just love this idiot, and I hate myself for it. He's like, why? Why Wukong? And then Wukong just does something stupid. Because I like those moments, because you would think, oh, what Macaque is okay. You would think Macaque is reminded why he loves Wukong when Wukong is like doing something super cool, or he's showing off his strength, he's showing off his magical prowess, he's doing something like that. But it's like Macaque feels these moments of love and reminding him, and just knowing that he's in love when Wukong does dumb shit. Like, it's not when he's like beating somebody up, even though those are also times, but it's just these times, like, it's like these times when other people would be like, oh my gosh, what is he doing? He's so embarrassing. Macaque is just like, oh, no, that's my little idiot over there. That's just and I love him. So it's I like that it's those times that Macaque just is reminded that he loves him instead of like the other times when normal people would be impressed. Like everyone else is like, Monkey King, you kicked that guy's ass, and Macaque's like, yeah, whatever. And then you switch to Wukong just tripping over something, and Macaque's like, oh, he sure does get my heart spinning. That's just I just love that so much. I love that trope or whatever it is. I think it's super cute. And then it just keeps going because Wukong's like, it's too fucking cold, and he's such a big baby about it. And then it's kind of like Macaque is like, and he calls me dramatic. Look at him, and all he has to do is just come into the water and just throwing a little hissy fit about it. I don't know. I like this type of their dynamic too, where it's like they're just being silly. I think it's just silliness here. And just how they show love in these moments too, where it's not like, oh, stop it, you're being embarrassing, or like secondhand embarrassment. There was none of that. It was just like, just caring for each other and loving each other in this way. And I don't know. I don't know how to explain it. It's just like, it's like when I'm writing romance, I like to put every type of I like to put like the different ways in which you're in love. Like there's obviously like romantic love, and then there's like platonic love, like friend love, like this. Like this is just them being silly. There's nothing, you can feel this for a friend, like, oh, that's my silly friend over there. It's kind of like that. Like it's just showing them as like, but they're best friends too. In addition to them like being attracted to each other and loving each other on a deep level, they are just silly goobers as well. And you just see that in every stage of this chapter. You see the different ways in which they interact and how they are friends, they are enemies, they are lovers, they are best friends, they're mates. You just see all of that in this chapter alone, and this is just another example of them being silly best friends and just dealing with each other. And I just like how as we keep going, we kind of switch back to, they're friends. Oh, they're acting like they hate each other now. Oh, no, they're acting like they're mates and they're getting really close. And it's just, I just like writing romance that's like that. That is like not just stuck in one area where it's just like, oh, it's only romantic. It's just embracing the different ways people can show love and just welcoming those things in here. Like it's the physical touches and affection they have that could lead to something sexual, but it hasn't yet. But they're just like, even just the physical touches of like holding hands as they walk, or like rubbing their fingers against each other's knuckles or whatever, or brushing hair behind the ear, just these types of things, or just hugs even. Like I just like showing all the different ways that can, just all those different parts that can go into this relationship, that do go into this relationship. It's really fun. So that's why I especially love this whole moment with them being in the ocean and just being silly, and this whole first part. I love every part, but this whole first part is like, before the whole misunderstanding happens. I think it's like a really good summation of like them and like a nutshell. So after Wukong like eventually gets into the water and getting over the whole cold thing, I just like how he immediately just wraps his arms around Macaque to try and steal warmth and just get cuddled immediately because he's cold. And just how they easily fall into that, like how Wukong hugs Macaque and there's like no, like that's something that's fine for him to do, and Macaque just immediately wrapping his arms around Wukong. I just think that's really cute while they're having this discussion about what happened in the ocean and just how affectionate Mac is here. Like Macaque just kisses Wukong's forehead just because, out of love. and care, and it's so sweet. And also just how he like brushes his hair, and just there's intimacy when they touch, and it's just normally when a couple is finally together, you have these moments of like, oh, what touches are okay? Can we hold hands? Can we hug? Can we kiss? That type of whole song and dance that you have to go through every time a couple gets together, and just seeing how they physically show affection, and what their preference is. But for this specific case with Shadow Peach, it's just like they were mates before, so they remember exactly what to do and how to touch each other. It's just immediately being brought back to the forefront of their mind that Wukong likes having his forehead kissed, and Macaque likes it when Wukong wraps his arms around him. Like, it's just natural to them, even after all this time apart, and I think that's really cute. And I just like their quick little discussion here about the elements and how they can hear their elements speak to them, and just the teasing, and how there's also a moment where they just hold each other and it's quiet and they're just in the pool. I mean, in the ocean, just standing together, and it's a nice little time. I like that there's this moment of quiet and peace before the horrors occur. Not the horrors, but just before misunderstandings happen, because just the fact that Wukong felt that he needed to bring up the whole vow thing at this moment in time, like saying that Macaque didn't break any of his vows or whatever, which isn't true. But like that he felt the need to bring it up and be like, I just wanted to, make sure we were on the same page about it, and just it's in character for Wukong to be stuck on that, to be stuck on the vows that they made to each other, because he's very sentimental and he's just looking in the past for these things. And he broke his vows like, so many times over. But he wants to reassure Macaque that he didn't break any of them, which again is not true. So he's like, it's like he's trying to like put this to bed, or like trying to ease some of the pain that Macaque could be feeling concerning their vows, when Macaque is not even concerned about that. Macaque is not worried about the whole vow thing. That hasn't really, it's probably entered his mind maybe twice this entire time. It's not something that he's thinking about constantly or in the back of his head. He understands that those vows were made at a time and place in their lives where things were drastically different than what they are now. So ruminating on them and like still trying to follow them now after everything is just not a good idea to Macaque. He understands that. Wukong again is sentimental, and he's kind of stuck in the past and in some ways, and he just wants to like clear the air a little bit. And just Macaque being like, why are we even talking about the vows? Because there was no mention about them being mates. They never said anything, the last time he came over about the vows. Like, why is that happening? He's very confused as to why Wukong is bringing this up, and Wukong is just like, I'm bringing it up because we are together. And in Wukong's mind, they are together, like they're dating or they're like mates or whatever again. And he's like, okay, so since we are mates again, then I need to bring up the whole vow thing and like reassure Macaque that he didn't break his, and that's not his, like he didn't do anything wrong, even though that's not true again. But Wukong is just like, since we are now back in this relationship romantically, then yeah, we need to clear the air about the vows. And you just see this instant miscommunication here, because Macaque obviously does not think they are mates again. They're just fooling around because they didn't say anything about becoming mates. But Wukong just got like a few kisses. Wukong got a few kisses, and his mind just went with it and ran. He just when I was writing this, because this wasn't originally supposed to happen, which is, anyway, that's a whole other thing. But just when I was getting to this part, that's when I was like, oh my gosh, people are gonna think that Wukong is constantly messing up. He's constantly doing things and that are hurtful or whatever. And then as I was continuing to write it, I'm like, but this isn't hurtful. It's a misunderstanding. He didn't do anything wrong. He just misunderstood. And like, he didn't hurt Macaque by doing this. They were just not on the same page. And it was caught pretty quickly. Like, they fixed it pretty quickly. It's so I don't see this as Wukong making a huge mistake or just being in the wrong. Misunderstandings happen for between people, and then you just clear the air and you keep on going. Like, maybe nobody's at fault and you're just like, oh, we need to communicate better in the future. We just need to, keep each other, up to date on things, on this type of thing specifically. So let's just keep that in mind as we go forward. It's kind of like that. It's not him being at fault for this. So I don't see it that way, but I can see how other people see it that way, but I'm just saying I don't. So as I wrote this, that's not my intention, because I don't view it in that sense. I don't think this is him doing a wrongdoing. It's not him, like, it's it's not him, like, bringing up Little Star or getting needlessly aggressive over just the reminder of Little Star and then hurting Macaque intentionally and just blaming him, and just like that was him being wrong and just being overwhelmed by his feelings and just not having the uh patience to, like, hold his tongue, That's different than this, where they are just not on the same page. It is not malicious. It is not like to hurt somebody. It's just, a misunderstanding. So just and the reason why it's happening is just like Wukong got kissed, he got held, he got um told all these sweet things and butterfly kisses that he's like, oh wow, this is like amazing, all this affection and everything after so long, and just being able to do this with Macaque after everything I did to him is incredible. And he's just really moved by that, and his brain is just like, his brain is just like, oh, so we are together now. All these things happen. We are kissing, and we made the decision to start kissing, and we're going to do more than that, apparently, which Macaque did hint at. So Wukong's mind just kind of went with it, and he's just so excited and giddy about it that he's like, oh my gosh, we're mates, we can finally do this and this, and I'm not going to be alone anymore, and things are going to be different between us, and I'm so happy that this is even possible. Like, his brain just went with that and ran so fast because he's so desperate for it. He's so desperate for that affection and that, like, relationship status, and then just having Macaque as his mate again. Like, this is something that he's wanted, even though he was angry about the abandonment thing that wasn't real. He also acknowledged that Macaque being alive again is just a miracle, and it's something that he never thought would happen. He never thought they would get to the point of, like, kissing each other or anything like that. Like, he's like, that's not gonna happen, even though I want it to happen. Wukong wants it to happen, but he just knew that Macaque would probably not, most likely not, be on board for that. So this is just a lot of good news at once. And again, when Wukong gets overwhelmed by all these emotions, he acts and does things that, are not the best, and he doesn't, like, sit and think about it. He just kind of maybe, fools himself a little bit because he's just so excited. And I think, I'm getting ahead of myself, but Macaque is not, like, livid about it. He's not, like, super mad, because he also understands that Wukong is just very excited, and he just convinced himself of this. But to go back to where we actually were, after Wukong brought up the vows, and Macaque just being like, oh, do you want to do a separation ritual, or is that what you're hinting at? The whole separation ritual is basically like divorce, which is just like, but it's sad, because everybody has to know that you're no longer mates with that person. So it's kind of like breaking your bond with that person and then like letting people know, sadly that we are going through a separation ritual, and people offering their like comfort and apologizing, just being like, sorry, that really sucks. Hope you can find somebody else. And then people being nosy, like, what did they do? What did they say to you? Did they hurt you? Like, what did they talk shit about you? Did they cheat on you? Like all that kind of drama. They're just eager for that. But it's something that has to be told because otherwise people are going to be like, "Oh, your mate John," and then you're like, "Well, I'm not mates with John anymore." And they're like, "What the fuck? I thought you were." What the, it's something people have to know. So that's kind of what a separation ritual is, and Macaque is basically like, we didn't do that, so why are we even talking about, like, he's very confused as why the vows are being brought up, like why all these things are being brought up, and that's why he's like, he suggests them just move past the vows and just work on what is happening now, like just moving forward. He's like, we don't need to focus on that, we just need to focus on what we're doing now. The vows are not important. And that's when that moment of like confusion happens, like, because Wukong's like, but we didn't do a separation ritual, so those vows, we're still bound to them technically. And he is right, they are still bound to the vows until they do like, they have to do like either a separation ritual to break up formally, or they have to do like a renewal ritual to like renew their vows and kind of like reinvigorate the the mating process, like just to, just to reaffirm things, that type of thing. So they'd have to do one of those options. And so there's just this general confusion about why this is even being discussed. And I like that clear line of them both being on very different pages. And just talking about the rituals and like what a mate is, I feel like I have gone into this and just Macaque talking about it gives plenty of context, but just it's like, you can have more than one mate. You can it doesn't have to be romantic, it can just be platonic mates. That's defined by the people in the relationship. What When you are talking to other people and you're saying, "Oh, this is my mate," other people take that to mean that is somebody who's very special to you and is precious to you. And whatever kind of relationship you're having, you are bonded together. So it's like they don't want to have that kind of relationship with anybody else. Of course, there are some older demons that are like, oh, you are romantically involved and you're going to procreate or whatever and start a family or whatever, which is, the traditional way. But it's like friends or very close friends can do it. There can be polyamorous relationships. I mean, there's all kinds of things it can be, but like mates is just a really strong bond between people. And it's just showing that you don't want these people to ever not be in your life. Like, you care about them so much and you love them. So it like mate, that's why mates is just really multifaceted. And then it's like, people don't get the context unless they like ask you, or they do like the mate day and everyone's like cheering for you and they're like, yeah, this is weird, this is just my special person, or this is the love of my life. It's like, that's why mate, when you say the word for mate, it can mean different things. So when people are asking and they're like, oh, you guys are mates, the monkeys can be like, yeah, we are mates, and they can say it with the inflection of like, we are specially bonded and we are just it's not romantic, but we're very close to each other and we mean a lot to each other. They're partners essentially, versus, romantic, like, this is my husband or wife, whatever. So it just means a lot of different things. Um and I just like that because it's kind of like going with the lore of Flower Fruit Mountain and the whole mating tradition, like how that has changed and continues to change over time. How Wukong, since he had some influence in the whole the change to the mating ritual and like how that happens, is like, oh yeah, multiple people can, he was very loose with the rules, and he would know it at that time, but he was very inclusive. He was like, recognizing that there's different relationships and different ways that people show love, or there's so many ways, and he understands that for sure. So it was it's not strict, is guess I guess what I'm saying. It is, but it's very important to their culture. um but anyway, I feel like I went on a tangent again. But after they have this whole like, Macaque is like, we're not romantically involved, like we never said that. And then him like stomping away, and Wukong just saying that. Macaque looks at him like he's important, and of course, having Wukong seeing that look on Macaque's face, if it's close to how he Macaque looked at him before, he is going to infer that they are mates again. And Macaque did look at him in that specific type of way, especially when they were kissing. So he's like, oh, so it's like that again. There's like so many signs that Wukong picked up on that pointed to them being in this type of relationship. And but even so it was not clearly expressed and decided upon between them that that is what their relationship is going to be. So that is, that's clearly why Macaque is upset, because they had that whole talk in chapter 11 about how they're going to decide together. And since they had that talk about deciding together, you can see why Macaque is frustrated, because they didn't even talk about this. Um, so he's there's a little bit of fighting there, and Wukong is obviously upset because that's not, they're not mates, and he's like, oh, that really sucks. I was really hoping, I really thought we were. So now they, just sit down, and I like that Wukong is like, no, let me put a blanket down, even though we're kind of upset with each other right now. I like that they're still like cordial with each other. Like, I don't want you to get sand everywhere. That's not fun for anybody. Um, but I like that they just sit down together, and Macaque is like, we're supposed to decide together. When did we do that? And Wukong can't say anything about it. But I also like that he says, you didn't tell me otherwise. Like, Macaque did not say that, like, what they are. He did not define their relationship with a label. And Wukong is just calling that out. And that's why he asked for a label later on, because that just helps his mind process where they are, or what, like what boundaries, are that he can follow, basically. Like, and they're kind of pushing the line and defining this for themselves in this relationship, but it just helps Wukong's mind like sort through things, like what he can and cannot do on a broad scale, because he doesn't want to do something that upsets Macaque, or like hurts him, or is going too far. He doesn't want to do that. So he needs like a label to just set expectations, basically, about what they can and cannot do. um but just Wukong just getting upset, it's really sad. It's there's a lot of emotions with this, you know, and it's not just like, oh, we finally kissed, we are at that stage again where we can touch each other and all that. It is the sadness of being without that touch and without those kisses for 2,000 years that is resurfacing in Wukong's heart. Like, he finally is able to kiss Macaque again after so fucking long. And then, being told like, oh, we're not mates though. It's just kind of like, it's devastating to him, because it's been so fucking long since, and he thought it would never happen again. So this whole thing is kind of like a dream. It's 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 beyond, it's more than Wukong thought they would ever do. It's unbelievable to him. So he's really let down when, he's reminded that they didn't talk about this and they didn't decide upon it together. Um, and just Wukong being like, I thought we were working towards that eventually, just based on our conversation before. And Macaque acknowledging that and just being like, well, we're just trying to get on good terms and just try our best with each other and just learn how we're feeling about each other in the present after everything what's happened that's happened. We're trying to like sort out our traumas and like see where we stand with each other, just get to know each other now that we've changed so much. There's a lot of work we have to do and effort that they still have to do even after all the chapters that they've already done. They have to continue to work on this, and make that choice every day. So it's like Macaque just also offering comfort and just trying to hold Wukong's hand and instead holds his tail. He is not mad. I think he was just kind of frustrated slash annoyed that Wukong just decided that, and it's he really liked that they are deciding together because Macaque likes clarity. So the fact that Wukong just decided this on his own is like, oh, that's frustrating. Why didn't we were supposed to do this together? So that's really what Macaque is frustrated about. So he does offer comfort, and he's like, well, we'll just see where this goes, and he can't say what will happen. He doesn't want to like set expectations for Wukong about what's going to happen in the future. There's just a lot that goes into this, and Macaque is just being very careful because he knows how Wukong's mind works and how he will just take whatever words Macaque says and just think whatever. He'll just blow them out of proportion, because he's so emotional about this specifically, like about them. Their relationship means a lot to Wukong. So Macaque is very conscious of that, and he's very selective with his words because of it. So this conversation is just very like, it's kind of tense a little bit, but it's also kind of just like careful. You can tell Macaque is being very careful here. But again, I just love that even though there's this misunderstanding going on and they, might be a little bit annoyed with each other, they still like, offer comfort to one another. I think that's really very cute and telling of like, I think it's really telling about how they need each other because they're able to like help each other in this way. Like Wukong is crying and Macaque is just there to be like, no, don't do that. Because it's like also the knowledge of like, who will Wukong cry in front of? Literally nobody else. So Macaque understands that, so he's offering comfort because Wukong is being vulnerable around him in a way that he cannot be with anybody else. The same goes for Macaque, even though he hasn't cried. But, he would only do it with Wukong because Wukong understands the severity of it. He understands how important that is. So, it's nice that they're offering comfort to one another in this time of vulnerability and misunderstandings and just talking about things that, can be uncomfortable but are integral and important to, repairing the relationship. So I just really like that they don't draw away from each other. I like that they don't draw away and they just, or pull away, they they sit next to each other. Macaque moves closer, Wukong wraps his tail around him. Like, they still seek comfort and affection and love. And even though they have like their little fights or whatever, they're still going to want to be near each other. So that's kind of what I was trying to get at. And they've just come a long way. Even just, in the epilogue, they've come a really long way. And so, they're comfortable doing this for each other. So it just means a lot, I think, to both of them. It means a lot to them. So after that, in this part of the, like, I have like a basic outline of the chapter, and this part is called like Great Sage of No Bitches, and I just think that's really fucking funny. But that this is a discussion that this is a discussion that probably needed to happen like a while ago, but they just didn't breach it. And it's like, how do you ask about that also if it's like we're not specifically talking about that? It's just, how do you bring this up? But Macaque just being like, actually, he thinks about what a relationship would look like between them now, and he's like, it'd be pretty chaotic and we'd probably fight a lot, but we would not want to be with anybody else, so there's that. And so knowing that Wukong is seeking, like he wants the end goal that Wukong wants is for them to be mates again. Macaque is like just trying to go down the rabbit hole of like, okay, if you want to be mates again, like, then I need to know, like, what were you doing when I was dead? Like, what did you take another mate? Like, what were you fucking doing? So he has to like get these clarifying questions about this, the situation surrounding Wukong's love life in the past 2,000 years, and it's telling that Macaque is like the one to ask these questions because Wukong is not gonna like volunteer this information because, you know, to him it's not important, and it's also like why talk about this when the partners that Wukong took, they're not as good as Macaque. Like he didn't stay with them too long. So he's like, why would I tell, why would I volunteer that information to Macaque when it's like not relevant? Like I'm not talking to these people. Wukong's not talking to the people anymore that he dated or, fooled around with. So he's like, why would I even bring them up? Um, but I think it's really important that Macaque is asking these questions, like, who's been taking care of you, or like, have you had another partner or whatever. And I just really love how Wukong is just so shocked about these questions. He's just like, what have I, what? And it's the first one where he's like, he's not sure how to explain that he has had some sexual history with different demons or whatever, but it never went anywhere. Like, Wukong was not comfortable. He didn't want things to get serious, or the relationship would reach a point where the other party would want something, or wanting to take it to the next stage, as you do in relationships, offering more trust, or something or whatever, but Wukong would be uncomfortable with that, and he'd break it off. So there was a lot of that happening, and Wukong just wanted something a little bit looser. He wasn't interested in like a very deep relationship because it's like that's not comfortable for him, and he just doesn't want to like go through that whole process of opening himself up. There's a lot of demons in his closet, and there's a lot of like the other party would have to understand that and like be okay with the things that Wukong has done. And Wukong is like, people, nobody's going to be okay with the things that I've done, or how I've changed, or what I've done, or what I've said, or how I've treated people. He's like, I don't think anybody else would understand me on that, in that way. So he's like, I didn't want anybody to get close because eventually they just leave because of just, Wukong's just convinced people will leave at some point. So he's like, why would I go into a serious relationship if that's the outcome? The ending outcome is they leave. So he is not, that wasn't his priority. He just wanted, to fool around a little bit. But Macaque had to ask these questions because Wukong would not have told him otherwise. So, um, and just how these questions lead down this like, so who's been taking care of you, and Wukong just not that does not compute for Wukong. Like, he's like, what do you fucking mean who's been taking care of me? He can't wrap his head around that question, and like the fact that he needs care, like those words like confused him genuinely. He is like, who has been taking care of me? What the fuck does that mean? Like, taking care of me how? Like, Wukong was like, he was just very Wukong was just very Wukong was just very confused by that, because he's like, taking care, does he mean like if I was sick? Like, who's like doing that kind of stuff? Like, Wukong is not, he doesn't get it. It's and he also just denies it, he just denies it later on, but he can't wrap his head around needing care, or any of that, and him just being like, who could compare to Macaque? Who could, like, who else? Wukong is genuinely asking, like, who else could he go to, or like who could take care of him? Like, Macaque could, nobody. So he's like, what? I don't. there was only one person I wanted, and I killed them. So it's a very uncomfortable situation, and it's something that that Wukong has not really thought of internally. It's something he's probably been pushing down or like choosing to not think about, like how like not the importance, but just the pleasantness that a partner or friend, a close friend, can bring. Just, having somebody in your corner, or just to talk to, or just, to vent to, just all those types of things, like people just showing care, like checking in on you, uh, wanting to hang out, cheering you up, that kind of stuff. He just didn't understand, and these are things he just didn't think about. And he is in this way, he's kind of like punishing himself by being like, I don't need care. I don't need it. Um, but he obviously does, and Macaque knows that very well. Wukong is very physically affectionate. Um, he needs care just as much as anybody else. So Macaque is like very confused as to why Wukong is denying himself of this, like why he has denied himself of this for so long. He's very confused, and he obviously figures out that it is a form of punishment that Wukong was doing to himself. Like he's like, I don't deserve care after what I did to Macaque. Like I don't deserve to be loved that deeply again by anybody else. I don't deserve any of that. So Wukong was literally punishing himself in various different ways, and they are now just unraveling another way that he was punishing himself. So it's just another one of those. Um, but I really just like Wukong's confusion over this whole discussion. He doesn't understand why Macaque is asking this as well, because Wukong is like, why is Macaque asking these questions? It's why is he concerned about things like this, when after what I did to him, why is he, what does he care? He's very confused. But that's why it's important that this happens. This whole talk happens. It kind of just opens the door to being honest about their needs and how they've been neglecting themselves, because Macaque has been neglecting himself too, but Wukong especially, because he was like alive, and he could have, met somebody or just had a really close friend, and defined the relationship as like, oh, we just need a, friends with benefits type of situation. He could have done that, but he just didn't. So he's like denying himself of this uh, essential thing, and neglecting his own well-being, because he just doesn't see the point. He doesn't think he deserves it, and that's a essential thing that every being needs. So and I just like how Wukong denies himself that care, and then is like, I will take care of Macaque. He's like, I don't need care. Macaque needs care. And just switching it that way, I think says a lot about him, and how he's still in falling into that role of like protecting others. He falls he he falls into that role so easily. He's just like, Macaque has been hurt so much. I hurt him so much. I just need to take care of him. I need to give him immortality again. I need to let like give him his freedoms again. He can travel freely. Like he just like Wukong is just going down the list. He's like, I'm going to fix all these things and make sure that you are living life to its fullest, and you're happy, and you don't have any of these things hindering you, or hurting you. You are not trapped somewhere. He's like, I just want Macaque to be happy and able to do whatever he wants in this life. And I think that's really big, because it's not coming, this sentiment is not coming from a selfish place for Wukong. It's not like him being like, I want to do all these things so that Macaque will like fall in love with me, or like um feel indebted to me, or whatever. It's not coming from that place. Wukong is genuinely like, I took Macaque's life before, and I put a stop to any type of plans or anything he had, or any dreams he wanted to do. So he's like, I want to get you back to normal so that you can live a comfortable life and be happy. That is what he wants, and he is being genuine about that. And if Macaque wants nothing to do with him, Wukong completely understands that, and will take a step back, even though it will tear him up inside, and it will break him. He would do that. But anyway, getting back to the actual thing, I also like that Macaque does try and offer support here. He does try and like reach out for Wukong to like come sit down, and Wukong's like, no, I don't want you to even try and comfort me. But also Macaque being honest on his part that he cannot offer Wukong comfort in some of these things. He can't comfort him when it comes to like Wukong being like, oh, I didn't have this love, I didn't have, this important relationship. That was all absent in my life. And Macaque being like, well, the only reason it was absent is because you killed me. So he's like, I can't help you in that way. I can't like comfort you about that. But I do feel pity. I sympathize. I understand, but I can't like be like it's okay because it's not okay. This is the consequence. Macaque is like, this is the consequence to your actions. Like you killed me, so you didn't have that, and that's just the fact. He can't like Macaque can't change that. Wukong can't change that, but it's just something that Macaque will not do. He can't do it, and I like that he acknowledged that and actually told Wukong about it. Like he said it to him, and Wukong completely understood, and he's like, I don't need you to like um what did he say? Let me go see because I like specifically what he said. Oh, okay. Basic. Basically, Wukong being like, I don't need you to comfort me and all that. He doesn't want Macaque to comfort him because he understands that would be fucked up of him to like ask of, and it's really important that Wukong acknowledges that, and is a big person about it. I think that is really important to his character and says a lot. He's thought about this extensively, as you can tell that you can see that he is like he understands every avenue of Macaque being mad at him concerning the murder. He understands if Macaque doesn't want anything to do with him. He understands if Macaque changes his mind suddenly about these walks and is like, I actually can't do this anymore. And Wukong would 100% understand that. He would understand if Macaque was like, actually, why don't we do separate lessons when teaching MK, and I'll teach him on these days and you can teach him on these days. Wukong would absolutely understand and respect that. Like, Wukong has this understanding of like, Macaque might want nothing to do with me, and I have to accept that. Like Wukong 100% does accept that. So there's some maturity there on his part of like understanding the level of wrongdoing he did and how that will have ramifications now that Macaque has been brought back to life, and especially now that they're on like they've cleared the air between them, so like they figured everything out with the Eternal Night and that whole thing with the abandonment stuff that didn't, now that they figured that out, how they're going to act around each other now is like, Wukong is open to Macaque just up and being like, I'm done with you one day, and Wukong's like, yeah, that fair enough. But I really love that Wukong has this like really obliging like moment of being like, oh, you can do this, you're immortal, you can travel the realms, I'm doing all this stuff for you. And Wukong just emphasizing that he is taking care of Macaque in that way. He's like, I'm showing it, I've done all these things, and he's like, I'm still gonna get rid of your curse, I'm gonna make sure that you have everything and anything you need to be happy. Wukong is literally like presenting himself as being like Macaque's number one fan, and like like there's literally anything Macaque wants, Wukong would get. He is that committed, and it's just, I don't know. I just really like it. I like that Wukong is taking it. I like that he's going in this direction, kind of, because when he points all these things out that he's done for Macaque, you kind of see him like move closer and like take Macaque's hand and be like, Wukong has this like vibe of being like, see, look at all these things I'm doing for you. Like, you can't deny that I don't care about you, and I'm doing my best, my utmost to make sure that you're okay and you're happy. Like, you can't. He's like, Macaque can't deny that. And Wukong honestly just wants Macaque to know. He's trying to earnestly convey that he does care about Macaque. Like, he does care about him deeply. But since he did a murder, he's worried that Macaque doesn't fully understand that. So this is Wukong being like, no, I really do care about you. I know that my actions betray that. They betrayed that in the past, but I cared about you then and I care about you now. It was an accident. And, he's trying to reinforce that here with this whole talk, with that whole moment. And just Macaque's response to that, um, to being told that he's being taken care of by them, by the Monkey King, and just like Macaque's feelings are a whole other thing. I feel like I talked about Wukong for a while. I have to talk about Macaque now because we have to go all the way back, because the whole thing where Wukong is going into his sexual history and all that kind of stuff, Macaque feels this level of vindication, like, yes, like, good. I'm glad that you didn't find anybody else and you were miserable. That's what you get. Like, he feels this validation and he's like vindicated. He's like, fuck yeah. And he's like, it's him coming, like, seeing again the impact that he had on Wukong's life and just how much influence, that he was very heavily missed by Wukong. So he's like, this is fucking awesome. He's having a good time. But he's also genuinely curious. Like, he needs to know just for future knowledge, just of their relationship and how that's going to go. So now that he knows that Wukong hasn't been with too many people, he's like, okay, we have to really focus on communication and like communicating our boundaries and setting boundaries and keeping to those boundaries and respecting them. And then, like, if we want to try something new, like deciding together that that's what we need to do. Like, he's like, I have to do all these things that Wukong probably doesn't know about, and he's like, getting this context helps him like prepare on that front. But he's also just really vindicated and he's feeling like, yeah, you couldn't, there was nobody that could compare to me. Macaque's like, there was nobody else actually. So, glad that we both understand that. So Macaque is like feeling like that in this moment while Wukong's just having, some really deep feelings. But then when Wukong like is like, I'm taking care of you and that's my priority right now, just being told that you are the priority of this like divine being that is super powerful and like feared, like widely feared by nearly everybody. Like, I know, because I know I put that in the prose and introspection a lot for Macaque, that he always says something like that, like talking about how like Wukong's status as the great sage, like the amount of influence he has, the his titles, his connections, just everything that he's done, everything that's been attributed to him, the journey, how he's in good standing, how he knows all these different divine beings, how he knows all these mortal beings, how entrenched he is in this environment. Macaque understands and sees Wukong's status and like height, here, his importance here. So he's like, yeah, being told by the Monkey King that I'm important to him and all that is kind of a boost, like a self-esteem boost. And it's also just like nice. It makes Macaque feel super important. But also Macaque hearing all this and being like, it sounds like you're saying that I belong to you. That is just like, because he said that because of the extent Wukong is going to take care of him, like getting the fucking plum and all that, going out of his way, asking the Jade Emperor for so many things, just to take care of Macaque. And Macaque is like, well, it sounds like you're like personally taking care of me, and like I'm yours. You're taking care of me to the point of like a divine being so deeply in love with another being that they would do anything, like they'd subject themselves to being cursed, or they'd go to the ends of the earth, they go to the underworld to save them, that kind of stuff. It feels like mythic and legendary in that way. Wukong's serious feelings for Macaque, just the extent of where he'd go to help him, and that's just important going forward for future reasons. But, just being faced with that, Macaque is like, are you saying that I belong to you? And Wukong just has this really big moment where he's like, you don't, but I wish you did. And I really like that dialogue because, Wukong has made it so clear that he really wants to be with Macaque. So him being like, no, you don't belong to me. It's just a really big character moment, just being honest in that way, and seeing Macaque's independence and agency, and how that is essential right now, and him just respecting that, but him also admitting that he wants Macaque to belong to him is incredible. So I don't know. I just like that whole section is just really charged with something. It's and I like how the conversations flow into each other. How we go from we're not mates to actually, have you ever been with another partner to, oh, I'm taking care of you. You're my priority to, um, do I belong to you? I like how these things kind of flow into each other and how this conversation keeps on going. It doesn't really stop. And after, you know, Wukong is honest about that, that honesty triggers, well, it causes, like, well, it does trigger, but it also, like, Macaque responds to it in kind by being like, oh, that's really interesting to say. I really like that Wukong is so desperate for me. He's so desperate to have me and to need me and to have me as his own. Like, he likes that feeling. So, Macaque gets a little bit excited about it, and then they, start kissing. And I really like, my favorite part is, well, one of my favorite parts, I have to keep saying that, is just Wukong going into his deep feelings about Macaque, and Macaque is just getting kisses and just filling him up, and Wukong is just over here just info dumping about all his emotions and like why he was super hyped up about them being mates. He's just giving all these explanations, and Macaque is just like, oh wow, I really do want to feel Wukong's fur. I really want to feel his tummy and everything. And Wukong is just having this moment of honesty here, and Macaque can just barely focus on that because he's just like, yeah, I just want to feel you up for a second. Um, but I love, like, through the kissing and the touching and all that, there is this moment of Macaque also feeling the need to return some honesty, to also be honest on his part, and him just being like, well, you belong to me, Wukong. So, and I like that that's not like a surprise to Wukong, because Macaque has basically said, you know, Wukong belongs to him, and he said it multiple times. And I like that he says these things, and he's like, oh, we're not mates, though. Like, sir, you just said. Macaque over here saying, oh, but Wukong's heart belongs to me, his body belongs to me, his, he can only be interested in me. He says all these things, but he's like, oh, but we're not mates, we're friends. Oh, and I forgot to talk about that, like how, Macaque suggested they be friends because he says friends can do everything they're doing and more, and that is very true. And he's kind of just said that to, like, placate Wukong, to just give him an answer, because Macaque is doesn't want to commit to anything right now. And by commit, he doesn't I'm saying that he doesn't want to define their relationship in that way. And he says this because it defining it sets an expectation again, and he's just being very careful and mindful of that, because he doesn't want to put these ideas in Wukong's head. So he's like, let's just say friends, and that's a safe area for them to operate in at this time. So that is why he does it. But he is also thinking to himself, like, there isn't a label for them. They have been through so many things together. They have shifted from being enemies to rivals to lovers, friends, all that type of stuff. They shifted back and forth. There is no word for what they are to each other. And so, he kind of is just like, oh, I'll just say friends. That'll be enough, I guess. I just like that I like that Macaque is just being ever mindful of this, and um, trying to not, he's being preventative here by not upsetting Wukong in the future, because Wukong will be like, well, but you said, and Macaque's like, no, I didn't say that. He's being very selective. I like that he's being careful about it. But anyway, back to the makeup, the makeouts. I like that Wukong's response to Mikak basically saying that Wukong belongs to him, heart, body, and soul, and all that kind of stuff. Wukong's like, hell yeah. Wukong being like, you won't get any argument from me. I'm here for this. I'm 100% committed to this. I agree 100%. Like, Wukong's like, nice. He's so happy. He's like, yeah, that's what I want. Hello? And then they just get really heated about it. As again, they get just really into it and do some more touching, and just, the familiarity again of, they knew how to be affectionate with each other on a platonic level, and now it's like going into like sexual as well. They just know how to touch each other here and to get reactions, and just both of them knowing that and acknowledging that, like Wukong telling Mikak that that's what's happening, and he's like, oh yeah, that's true. Mikak's like, oh, that's right, I do remember how to, all your little spots, and I like that, especially because of the established relationship it is calling back to, just how they were mates before and how that play comes into play here. Like, they don't forget those things because they used to do them all the time. It is natural for them. It's like ingrained into them that this is like they memorized each other's bodies and like all that kind of stuff because they spent so much time together. So I just like that callback to it. And ass squeezing is always accepted here. I like that. I like that Mikak was just like, hold on, let me do this really quick. And then he's like, oh, Wukong, shut up, don't make those sounds. Well, sir, you're the one that started. I like that Mikak just flips back and forth. He's like, I'm gonna do this. Oh, it caused this reaction. Why did it cause that reaction? He's a mess. But, what's really important is all of that is very important, but just the ear touching that Wukong does is really touching to me. It is so special and cute that he just reminds Mikak about it, and then he just does it, and Mikak just melts and just instantly, and Wukong's like, yep. I love that showing of how much they know each other. He's like, Wukong being like, oh, you used to melt in my arms and purr and do all this, and the fact that he remembers it so vividly, the fact that Mikak still has that reaction to having this touch performed on him. He's like, oh no, he's not like he's not upset about it. He's just like, oh damn, he really does remember, and he really is right about how I would just melt, because it's just a really nice touch. And Wukong, it was a lot of trial and error to figure out how to touch Mikak's ears, and Wukong being especially careful. So this touch is like really pleasing to Mikak and careful of his hearing. So he really does like it, and for him to like wag his tail for the first time in Constellations and in the epilogue is super huge. And I like that it's because of just the ear touching. I don't like that it is because of something Wukong knows about him and is doing to him. It is Mikak feeling just joy and happiness and comfort, being around somebody who knows him that well. It's giving into that feeling of just being not safe, but he's just like, this person knows me well enough just to, they know this, how to like cheer me up or calm me down with this touch, or just, make me feel good, and in that way, just with this touch, and the fact that Wukong remembered it perfectly. He did it perfectly, and I love Mikak's denial about his tail wagging. He's like, against my will, and I was doing everything to stop it, but I couldn't, and it was a small wag. It wasn't a big wag. He's just in such denial about it. He doesn't like surrendering himself in that way to like admitting that Wukong is right about this, even though Wukong is 100% right about it. He just doesn't, it's just difficult for him to be like, I guess Wukong was right in this one instance. He's just so stubborn and petty in that way, and that's how they get competitive, and that rival streak happens is because of things like this. But I love how Wukong instantly notices the tail wag and is like, oh, there it is. Yep. These little moments of them just like knowing each other so deeply is just really, it adds that extra spice to the entire like fic, I think, of like, and it just it the it's the established relationship, which is my favorite thing to write. It is skipping over the whole, oh, I don't know how to touch him, let me figure it out, and that whole awkwardness of learning how to touch a new partner, and that whole like, is this okay, is that okay, they just skip over that because they know what each other likes, they know what each other dislikes on based on that old knowledge. If there is a change, they'd have to communicate that with each other. But so far, they've just been like, yeah, I remember this being a real comfort to you. Let me do that again. I just really like that we can just skip over the whole awkward, like, learning how to touch a new person. But I'm not saying that that's boring. I'm just like, I just prefer to write established relationship here, and I'm just glad that I can do that while still having, like, this kind of, like, trepidation, or, like, kind of, like, I don't know, tension in their relationship, where there's, it's portrayed realistically, where they still fight, they still have misunderstandings and confusion going on, but they just know each other really well, and that's showcased at every opportunity. That's really what I wanted for myself. So this is for me. But anyway, I love that the ear touching just makes Macaque smile and just be really happy. It's so cute how he just cannot help it. And then Wukong rubbing the base of his tail too, and Macaque just wags his tail faster. It's so cute that this is what makes Macaque wag his tail in the first time. It's so hard for him to wag his tail. I mean, it's not hard. It's just, it takes a lot. It takes like a really specific feeling for Macaque to wag his tail versus Wukong, who does it at any sign of happiness. So it's like constantly always going. So just the difference I like in their like how they show their happiness. I like the different resistances there, or the levels there, I guess. I don't know the right word, but I just like how they're, you know, it's different for both of them. And I like how this ear touching, like how Wukong is like spurred on by the tail wagging, which he knows Macaque has not done before in a really long time. He is spurred on by that, and just how Macaque is holding him, how Macaque has been touching him, in all the right places, and just, he feels really encouraged, and he's like, Wukong is like, wow, a lot of things are going really well, and we both seem to really be into this, so let's just, let's, go back to the hut and let's see what happens. It's kind of, like, I like that Wukong is, like, just, like, seducing. I like that he goes to seduction here, because he's like, we are both having a good time, and we know how to please each other, so let's just go back and see, like, let's just go hang out. I love that Macaque isn't immediately like, oh no, we can't do that. He's like, no, it's, what about midnight? Like, he would have gone he would have gone back to that hut if it wasn't like a time limit with ghosts going on. He would have done it. But I just love Wukong being the one to seduce, and just having that courage and feeling encouraged enough to do it. Like, he's like, oh yeah, I can see we're both ready to have a good time with how we've been touching each other, and how, how good it feels. So let's just see what happens. I just, I don't know. I just like that they've reached that point, and that Wukong felt comfortable enough to do that, and that it almost worked. Like, the self-control Macaque has is unparalleled. Like, it's wild to me. But just, I just love that Wukong did a seduction. I just love that he did it. He was that into it. He was that excited and aroused, and he's like, let's fucking go. And that fact that they were so close to going, if not for these fucking ghosts. Just imagine what we could have if it weren't for these fucking ghosts. Oh my. It's just so fucking annoying. I can't. I hate it. We hate it. We hate the ghosts in this house. We all hate them. Everybody in Constellation's nation hates the ghosts collectively. They're our number one enemy. So, going back to the whole seduction thing and how that almost worked, and how Macaque is like shuts it down a little bit by saying it's midnight, but Wukong having this immediate solution of Macaque just coming back in the morning. The way he just quickly figured it out and had that ready, aimed and ready to fire is like is like my favorite thing, because he can't be stopped. And I also just like that quick problem solving and decision making on Wukong's part, just to show how desperate he is, and just eager. Like, he just doesn't. He wants to like not manipulate, but like maneuver his way through all the like possible problems and things that come up or whatever, just so they can have a good time together. So I just really like that he immediately was like, oh, that doesn't matter, let me solve this problem really quick on the fly. So I mean, I just like that quick thinking that he has. um Before the whole kiss thing happened, it wasn't my intention to just have them focus on, oh, we're just purely their relationship and getting it to a better place. That was the main focus, but it just was like, I did not think Macaque would say what he did in chapter 11 about being honest about him like wanting to kiss Wukong, and also wanting to hurt him. I didn't think that he would, be that honest so quickly. I thought that he would keep that a fucking secret until after the epilogue was done and finished, and he would just keep those cards to his chest for as long as possible. But just because of all the honesty that they were sharing in chapter 11, and just how, vulnerable they were talking to each other, it kind of came out. And he also didn't want to keep that a secret when he was like telling Wukong, like, oh, you can't do that again, you can't, get that upset. He saw the hypocrisy. Wow, how did I say it like that? That is wild. I don't even know. Anyway, he saw that and he was like, I can't ask Wukong to do this and then not be honest about how I'm feeling and like what I'm, like, my true feelings regarding the relationship. Like, that's what entered Macaque's mind. He didn't want to be dishonest in this way. And that's just it's another way for that he displays like his mindfulness and his like consideration. And I'm going to go into this later because it happens later, but just like the fact that Macaque catches himself and is like, hold on, I need to like fix this, or I need to do something about it, or I was wrong here. Macaque has the self-reflection in the moment to immediately be like, oh, I'm sorry, or I shouldn't have said that, or whatever. Like, we've seen that multiple times, even in Constellations, when we're still on rocky ground. The fact that Macaque, like, in the alleyway or whatever, like, said what he was feeling, and he wasn't even wrong. He was just putting up a boundary that Wukong broke. But anyway, when they were in the alleyway and he was like apologizing for making Wukong feel like he's not cared for, and then like making him cry, he understood that Wukong was upset because of, the abandonment that they had to go through. Even though they weren't abandoned, they didn't abandon each other, but those feelings are still real, and he recognized that and apologized, because it wasn't nice to bring that up or like to say what he was feeling so harshly. He could have done it in a gentler way, but he, in the moment, he saw that that was the wrong thing to do, and he apologized in the moment, which is the difference between him and Wukong, who Wukong will feel regret probably after the action is over. Like I said in chapter 3 of Constellations that, or Wukong said, wait, well, whatever. Wukong was like, he thinks of responses to Macaque's quips and jabs later, like after the argument is even finished. Sometimes he can keep up with it, but if it's like about a difficult subject or something that he's not prepared for, or that he's not knowledgeable enough about, he's kind of like, oh shit, I don't really know how to respond to this. He kind of does it later on, and he thinks of things like, why didn't I fucking say that, which is very relatable. But like, Wukong kind of needs a minute in these types of situations, and especially when he's done wrong. There is, obviously he will apologize if it's something like obviously wrong, like there is no arguing or whatever. He fucked up royally, and he will apologize. But it's just like in season 3, when the whole Samadhi fire thing, when he did, he didn't tell everybody what was going on, and he didn't share his plan until the last possible second, which if he shared his plan earlier, they probably could have worked out something better and, worked together, which is what he should have done, but he didn't do that. But he didn't apologize to everybody in that moment, and then he kind of like took off. I think he didn't apologize. I haven't seen that episode in a while. I think he just was like, no, I'm gonna handle this, and he just takes off to do it. He didn't like give like a formal like, I shouldn't have let you guys astray, or like let you guys along like that, and I should have revealed my plan a long time ago. And and not only does that speak to Wukong being used to working on his own, it just is like he doesn't have that reflection in the moment to be like, yeah, I really did fuck up and I should apologize. Even if he does like a quick apology now, he can, do something more formal and conversational later. But he didn't do that. And I just think that that doesn't enter his mind quite as quickly as it does Macaque's. Like, it doesn't, I mean, he can recognize that he did wrong, but he's like, this is not the time to talk about it. And then it like gets away from him, or something else happens, or he has to prepare to do something else. It doesn't come as naturally to him compared to Macaque. And that feeds into a lot of their decision making and how they react to things, how they cope with things. I think that's like, I have to keep that in mind when writing things, like, especially since Wukong's gotten better with it. He's gotten better with it. It's just in Constellations, the amount of times he's like apologized to MK and been honest. Like, he is actively changing in this regard and going back to that stage of wanting to open up to people. He is getting back to that point where he feels comfortable and obviously would, be more inclined to apologize to these people because he cares about them and he wants to protect their connection. At season 3, at that point, he didn't really have much of a connection with May, based like with her as a person. He like knew her ancestors and everything. That's how his relationship with all of the monkey kid gang is. He just knows their ancestors and he knows like probably some personality traits that are handed down, things like that. He doesn't get to know them as people because he wants to be detached to protect himself, which is what happened. Like, that's what happened. That's what we talked about in chapter 3. Everything happens in chapter 3. That's why it's my favorite chapter. But anyway, going back to things, I just wanted to show the difference between Mac being like more self-aware and reflective and being like looking at his actions in the moment and being like, oh, I need to apologize for that. He has never shied away from that. The one time he did was in Water and Stone, and that's, he apologized afterward. And it was just like something that he didn't have, that's not something he had to do since he's been back. He hasn't done anything. I mean, he has apologized a few times, in Constellations. I'm just scatterbrained. But like, for him to act so carelessly, it's really his words that he needs to keep control over. Like, he is very pointed, and he pointed that out. He's like, I can be brutally honest and hurt people's feelings in that way, and that's what continues to happen. So this is kind of a growth for Macaque too, him just, putting more thought into everything and also putting more thought into his words. Like, after Macaque is like, no, we can't do this, and he pulls away, and immediately Wukong apologizes, which I think is very sweet. And I like how quickly Wukong like lets go of Macaque and respects his like wishes. I think that's very, I just, consent is nice. I'm glad that Wukong knows that as well and is quick to like, not make Macaque further, like make him uncomfortable. Like, he quickly removes himself from the touching. So he's like, and then apologizes, like, and is ready to explain himself because he really did think that they were both on the same page, and Macaque didn't give him any signal that he wasn't on the same page, and he didn't communicate that. So I think it's, a moment of maturity on Wukong's part to just be like pulling away and then immediately respecting Macaque's wishes. I just think that's a good moment for him. But I also think immediately after that, well, I think they handled this whole part very well. This part, like the next part that's about to happen, they didn't handle well. But like this moment where they are separating, I think they did a really good job. I just think Macaque being like immediately assuring Wukong that it's not his fault and that it's okay. Like, Wukong didn't do anything wrong. The fact that those words came out of his mouth, and that was his first thought to do. Like, he was like, let me make sure Wukong doesn't think that this is because of anything he did. Like, it is genuinely just because Macaque had a thought that they don't need to be doing this. And of course he's correct, but like, he didn't want Wukong to blame himself. So he's mindful in saying those words, but they didn't like cut through to Wukong quick enough, or they weren't like, Wukong kind of was just stuck in his own thoughts and he didn't really take that in. He was like, no, I must have did something wrong. And I think this is he really is thinking about his whole like seduction thing. Like he feels bad for like, maybe he's like, I shouldn't have done that. I probably pushed Mikak in a direction he isn't ready to go towards, and I made things uncomfortable and awkward, because they just kissed, and Wukong's like, oh shit, I probably shouldn't have done that. And he's like afraid. He's just afraid Mikak will like be done with him and not want to work on this anymore. He's afraid he pushed him too far. So Wukong is getting stuck in those like fearful thoughts, and he's like, I have to remove myself from this before I make things worse. It's that like he's like, I probably pushed things in a direction they weren't intended to go, and I apologize, but that's not enough, and I need to get away before I can say something or do something that would make things worse. And Mikak just like doesn't want anything to do with me, because that is of course Wukong's greatest fear, is that Mikak just leaves and doesn't come back, and doesn't like, he doesn't want to like talk to Wukong anymore. Like he's afraid of that. So because I think I feel like for the most part people understand why Wukong did this, but it's just he's just very caught up in his own thoughts. And this is a pattern of behavior that he has done so frequently. Like he like removes himself from the situation, from the relationship, from whatever, to prevent it from being too serious, from people getting hurt, from him causing problems for him. He just is used to removing himself, and he quickly does that without even saying a word to Mikak, which is very weird, and is a very big deal, because Wukong would never ever not want to be with Mikak. He would never ever, like, he literally spent the whole first part of the chapter being like, oh yeah, I'm down for anything, let's go hang out, I always want to be around you, why don't you come visit more? Like he literally was like that the entire first part of the chapter. So seeing him like walk off without saying a word is not only rude, but like just unheard of. It's just wild. And that's how afraid Wukong is of ruining this. He's just really scared. And that's really sad, because this is a connection he values a lot. He values it deeply, and he doesn't know how to maneuver this right now in this sense. Even though he was told directly that he didn't do anything wrong, he still is convinced that he did, and he's like, I need to just go away. and it's like he wants to go away before Mikak tells him something he doesn't want to hear, and is hurt in that way. So he's trying to protect himself, but this is not the way to go about it. But it's just what, that's what he does. That's how he copes. But him doing that, just, I don't know. I really like that he did that, though. Trying to figure out how to explain this, because it's like, well, you like it, and I'm like, yeah. I think it's interesting when characters like coping mechanisms or traumas or behaviors or habits or whatever it may be, when they cause contention versus the other character. Like, this person is used to doing this, but the other person is not, and they're confused and they are wondering what's happening. And so there's this kind of conflict going on because of just their past trauma and what they're dealing with. Like, they have this whole problem that they now have to talk about. And I just like that it's causing an issue that they now need to discuss, because it's, I don't know. I just like that it's, because I was afraid when I was writing this that it would fall into the, oh, they just need to have a conversation. He doesn't need to walk off. And I feel like people felt that fear when Wukong was walking away, that it was just going to end with a cliffhanger of like them not talking. And I don't want to do that. I feel like I did that enough in Constellations. I try not to do that anymore. I really don't want to, because I don't think either of them, like Mikak definitely is like, no, we have to clear the air. So Mikak just definitely dead ass will not do it. And, Wukong is more likely to just shut up and leave, and Mikak won't let that happen. So, of course, since we read the chapter, we know that, but I just like it when these problems are brought from a place of you are getting to know this person again. They have changed in ways that you don't know and that you don't really understand, and you have to have like clarification and like figure out what's going on. And it's not like them like yelling at each other and somebody said something mean and then the other person just stomps off without, that's so tired. I just like that it's caused by just the person's personality, and it's just like a learning moment for the couple. That's what I like. But anyway, that is why it bothers Macaque so much, is because Wukong just never he always wants to be near him. So it's very, very odd that he just walks away. And Macaque offering to make a portal is him like trying to fix things or trying to figure out what's going on. He's being nice, and he's like, what, he really doesn't understand why Wukong is just leaving all of a sudden, and he does not like being dismissed, and he doesn't like being ignored, and he wants Wukong's attention. So this abrupt ending to their whole walk is very startling to him, and he's upset. And the fact that he goes out of his way to offer a portal and then is not satisfied by that and is still confused, so much so that he makes a portal directly to Wukong and is like, what is happening? It's I in the chapter, it's like he says it bothers him and he gets angry and he gets upset. But what really is happening is Macaque is feeling hurt, because it's just like Wukong leaving him and just dismissing him like that, like treating him like he's nothing. He doesn't like that. And it's just rude. Also, he's like, why, you couldn't even like say goodbye to me formally. You have to just bounce. Like, what is this? It makes him like, it kind of touches that little insecure part of himself where he feels like he's not like vitally important, or like he like is overlooked or second best. It touches on that. So that's why he's hurt by it, because he's like, if Wukong is ignoring me, like, what the fuck? He just feels it's not good for Macaque. So of course he goes out of his way to portal directly to Wukong, and the whole offering to walk with Wukong through the forest, it breaks my heart every single time, because he's so upset. The fact that he went out of his way to do that and to offer it, and then he's speaking quietly, so he doesn't have that usual confidence behind his words. He's like very disgruntled by this and thrown off by it, and he doesn't understand what's happening. And he can tell that Wukong is upset, and Wukong's also doing a horrible job of pretending everything's okay, but he's trying hard not to cry right now. And he honestly didn't expect Macaque to go after him, which is wild, because Macaque is like, wants to clear the air, and he would not let Wukong just walk away while upset. He would not do that. So it's wild. It's funny to me that Wukong is genuinely surprised when Macaque just shows up. He's so lost in his feelings, and he's just worried. He's really scared, and it's just really sad. Everybody's sad now. But Wukong trying to like assure Macaque that nothing's wrong, and then Macaque just does not believe that. But also this moment of him thinking, like Macaque thinking to himself, like, did I do something wrong? That is such a big, big moment, and it goes back to what I was talking about him having like he self-reflects and he thinks about his behavior in the moment, and he was just thinking, he went through it and he's like, what happened on the beach? Did I say something? He's not sure. And he's just, the fact that he's evaluating himself in that way. And I don't know. It's just a really good moment of him showing that Macaque looks inward and, self-reflects at when it's possible that he hurt somebody. He looks inward and is like, did what I say or what I did or what I didn't do or what I didn't say hurt somebody? And he runs through that in his mind and is prepared to apologize. He can recognize that he did something incorrect and hurt somebody in that way. Sometimes he can't, but I feel like those times are few and far in between. But it's again showing that difference between him and Wukong, where Wukong has some denial and about hurting somebody, and it has to kind of be rammed into his head that he hurt somebody, like May shouting at him that he is hurting people, that got through to him. but it's like him not recognizing that just the actions he took and the choices he made in that season hurt people, and he just doesn't, he doesn't, he has to be told that, he doesn't pick up on it. So again, Wukong is apologetic with obvious things, but when it comes to things like that are more interpersonal, like interpersonal discussions and feelings like that, he struggles with that when it's a one-on-one conversation, and it's like when someone goes like, you hurt my feelings, and what you said was I didn't it hurt me and I didn't really appreciate what you did, or something like that. He just has problems getting that started. Wukong has problems like being like, oh, I'm sorry, and that's, it's a little bit difficult for him to do, but he will recognize that he did something wrong, and he doesn't want to hurt people. Obviously he doesn't want to, but it's just awkward. He's a like, because Wukong is also pretty prideful. Wukong is operating from this place where he is prideful, and he like, has put himself on a pedestal. All this fame and stuff has gone to his head a little bit. So it's like, oh, he's like, I can't do anything wrong or whatever. He's also fighting against that type of pride where he's like, oh, I always make the right decisions, or he justifies it in his mind that way because he's just been on his own for a really long time. He hasn't had anybody else to kind of step in and be like, no, what you just did was fucked up, my guy. You need to go apologize. He hasn't had that like perspective, or that, that other person to like reel him in and be like, no, what you did can be taken this way and that way, and you probably need to think on that, and go talk to these people. And I'm like, that's like what the whole journey was about, was like trying to get that started. And I do think it got started, but it's just something that he has to work on. And it's like, if you are isolating yourself and dealing with grief and sorrow from killing your mate, that's not going to be the first thing on your mind. So this is something he still needs to work on. But he just has trouble like starting that apology, and he sometimes has to be told that, I did something wrong. I need to own up to that. He's a creature of denial. So he just has trouble. But I like this moment of reflection of them both, like, of just the distinction between Macaque and Wukong and how they handle those types of things, and just Macaque really thinking like, did he do something wrong, and trying to go over and figure out what it is that he did, because he didn't mean to upset Wukong. He literally said the words like, it's not your fault, you didn't do anything wrong, on purpose, just to not upset Wukong, because he knew Wukong would blame himself, and Wukong blames himself anyway. Macaque's kind of like, I don't know what else I can do. Macaque's like, I told him to his face he didn't do anything wrong, and he's like, what else can I fucking say? Like, Macaque really just examines his own behavior immediately. And, I don't know. I just really like that moment for Macaque as well. And the fact that he sees the tears and he chases after Wukong is just, and doesn't relent. He's relentless. He keeps pursuing him. And in doing so, he's showing that he really wants this relationship to work. Like the effort they've put into this whole mending their friendship and everything. He's putting in that effort. Macaque is like committed to this. And he's been committed. And Wukong's committed too. He's just having a little moment. He's just having a hard time right now. But, Macaque is committed, and he's actively trying to fix this by pursuing Wukong and like wanting to talk about it now before something they can't like leave and let this lie and leave things the way that they are. They can't do that. Macaque acknowledges that because it could cause deep pain. It could cause problems down the road. So Macaque is like, let me just go and see if I can get the truth out of Wukong about this, because that's all Macaque wants is the truth. And he doesn't like seeing Wukong upset. He doesn't like that Wukong is upset, because he just doesn't understand. So if he's searching for answers here, and Wukong like trying to push Macaque away and saying it's not his fault, he's not mad at him, he just needs a minute, and he's trying to push Macaque even then, like he's trying to push Macaque away in that way too, just at the beginning of it. They haven't even started talking. Like, Wukong is very convinced that he needs a moment to compose himself instead of him just being honest and just saying that he's afraid of this, he's afraid of doing something that would make, like, he's afraid of doing something that would make Macaque want to leave. And if he was honest about that, Macaque would also be honest and say he is committed, and he would talk through anything that happened so that they could understand. Like, he would, like, try and fix things, like, you know, navigate it. It's like he like, the worst has happened, you know. Wukong already did a murder, so it's like everything else in comparison, like a misunderstanding or a harsh word here or there, you know, that's nothing in comparison to, like, killing your special person. It's so Macaque is like, anything else that happens we can work through. If we can work through the whole murder thing and getting on good terms after that, everything else that happens is something that we can, like, we can see ourselves through. So he's like, I really don't know why Wukong is running away when there's, like, you know, we can work through it. But just as what happened before, Wukong is literally afraid of, you know, Macaque leaving. And I don't even think I talked about that before, did I? About that whole part where Macaque has to let Wukong down gently and is like, that chance has always existed, and you should be happy this is even, like, possible, like, this is even feasible. The fact that he had to, like, give a little bit of reality to Wukong in that way kind of, like, struck him, because he's like, yeah, Wukong's like, yeah, I should be grateful because that this is even happening. And he does apologize because, you know, he wants to protect himself. He doesn't want to get hurt, but he also understands that Macaque has the right to put it into this whenever he wants to. That is his right, because he's the hurt party. He is the victim. And Wukong is just trying to walk that line of not wanting to be hurt and wanting to be with Macaque at the same time, because just, you know, and I know I talked about this, but just being with somebody who you haven't been with for over 2,000 years it's so much. Being given everything you've ever wanted at once, and then, like, it could all go away in a second. So he's kind of coveting Macaque in that way. He's like, I don't want you to leave, and I want you to stay with me, and if you left, I'd be really upset. I'd be broken. And, you know, he's trying, because of that, he wants to keep himself safe, but it's not up to him. And, you know, it's not Macaque's job to, like, oversee Wukong's feelings. It's not Macaque's job to protect Wukong's feelings. He does do that out of care sometimes, but in this specific situation, when it comes to these walks continuing, and when it comes to them continuing these walks, that is not up to Wukong. That's not up to him. And that's something that they both have to accept. And Wukong's just having a really hard time accepting that. So, you know, so him pushing Macaque away is just a form of self-protection. He is and coping, and how he's done this with multiple people over the years. He's done this with so many. He's had trouble with connections and continuing connections and working on connections. This is like something he hasn't done in a long time, like working on a relationship like this. It's just a hard conversation, I think, of them arguing back and forth and Wukong just trying to, like, communicate what's upsetting him, and him pulling his hair is just like, no. I like that Macaque was immediately like, no, don't do that. Let's stop. Let's not do that, sir. We're not doing that. He doesn't want Wukong to hurt himself either. And Macaque sees that, and he's like, oh no, this is serious. And he's like, he's trying to figure out what he can do to, like, calm Wukong down as much as he can and, like, handle this so it isn't made worse, you know. So it's a delicate situation, because Wukong's just he's just very emotional at this moment, and he's just blurting out things. He's being completely honest about how he's greedy, and that's his nature to be greedy. Like, you know, he gets a taste of something, he wants more, you know. That's his nature. I mean, like, the peaches, like, come on. Just the divine peaches, just wanting power and wanting immortality. He's greedy in that way. And it applies to Macaque too. Like, this is, yeah, this is another one of those. And he's just remembered those feelings, and he wants more. He wants to be with Macaque. He wants to take care of him. He wants to keep him safe. He wants to make, and yeah, he also wants to make up for what he did, but he genuinely wants to just make sure Macaque is happy and healthy. Like, but he recognizes that it is wrong of him to be so attached to Macaque, like not wanting to let him go, not wanting him to leave, not wanting to be away from him. Wukong is recognizing that that's a lot, and that's kind of going over the top here in this relationship. He is mindful, well, he's aware of the fact, like, this is not a normal relationship. This is not how a normal relationship should function. They both are at this point because of the whole we decide what's healthy or whatever. But Wukong is specifically saying in this case, like, his feelings on his part about being greedy and not wanting to be hurt, wanting more, continuously wanting more, not being satisfied with being able to hold Macaque's hand or hug him, or like, that's not enough. He wants more. He recognizes that he should be fine with Macaque just talking to him after everything. So Wukong has this like dichotomy going on where he's like, I want more, but I shouldn't, because I'm lucky to even get the bare minimum. I'm lucky Macaque doesn't absolutely 100% hate me, but I want him to like completely fall in love with me again and be mates with me again. But I also recognize that's not plausible and it's unrealistic. So Wukong has these like expectations that he's fighting against. He's trying to appear normal. Wukong is trying so hard to appear well adjusted in this relationship. He's trying not to be like too needy, too clingy, and it's not really working, but he's trying. And it's just these feelings keep coming out. They keep coming out. He can't go like 5 minutes without saying something or doing something that is just like desperate and needy. And he's aware of that. And he's like, I'm being too much. I'm doing too much. I'm going to scare Macaque away if I keep doing this. So he's just trying to rein himself in, like calm himself down, but it's just not working because, he's had a taste and he just wants more. And so he's trying to push Macaque away, so not only to keep himself safe, but also to like not ruin things further by his greed, going too far. But while they're having this conversation and Macaque's trying to calm Wukong down, and he's just like, Macaque's keeping his cool for the most part. Just, there's such high emotions here. There's such high emotions here because Wukong also like yelling around Macaque. Never. He is too considerate and aware to do that. He gets on to other people for not fucking keeping that in mind. So this is like, Macaque is immediately like, oh, this is truly worse than I thought, because Wukong does not do that. He doesn't forget that Macaque has like sensitive hearing. And the fact that he immediately apologizes and is like, oh, I shouldn't have done that. And he's like, fuck, I'm just making things worse. Like, it keeps compounding, like, just through this conversation, it keeps compounding. And Wukong's like, ugh, I just did something else that's going to make it worse. I just did something else. I just said something else. He's getting very like overwhelmed and scared. And it's just, he's anxious. He's very anxious. And this is also a good time for me to talk about, like, I said on Twitter or somewhere, I said somewhere that there was going to be a panic attack here for Wukong at this moment. I wrote it out and everything. It was quite good. It was some good copy. It was some good copy. I liked it a lot. But it didn't fit. I'm going to tell you why. Because I really didn't want to take it out. I was like, no! But I made that hard decision. I made it. And I made it because the tone would change. The tone would not fit. And it would change in a very drastic way. So I'm going to do writer's workshop. So let's look at this really quickly. We have Wukong being very upset. Macaque's trying to comfort him. Wukong is honest about being greedy and pushing Macaque away and doing all this stuff. Macaque is hurt by that. So he's kind of mad. He's like, why are you pushing me away? You shouldn't be doing that. You should have ran away from me. We can talk this out. But Wukong is like all up in his feelings, and he's like, no, I'm going to ruin this. I'm going to ruin this. And then he starts having a panic attack. So we have Wukong being anxious, Macaque still upset because of what happened. So we have those two things happening. So if Wukong had a panic attack, then Macaque would recognize that panic attack and do what he could to like ease it, or just be there with him, because it's happened before. Macaque is he's not used to it. Well, he is. He knows about it, and he knows what to do, or what he can do. He tries, and I wrote that all out in the copy. It was really cute. But anyway, if Wukong has this panic attack, and then we feel sympathy for Wukong because he's obviously very distressed, and Macaque does what he can to comfort Wukong during this time, even though he's mad. If we continue on that pathway of Macaque being mad and yelling and saying, I will decide, if we do that, then our anger is pointed toward Macaque. And we're just super angry at him because he shouldn't be yelling at Wukong when he just had a panic attack. He shouldn't be adding on more stress. He shouldn't be doing this. He should, we should be taking it slow and easy. So I couldn't put it there because I'm like, no, Macaque is still pissed. And Macaque is like, he would either continue on being pissed despite the panic attack and then just, make things worse. Or he would be like, okay, we're going to table this discussion. We're just going to like calm down. And I'm like, I can't have either of those things happen because we have to keep going. And there's things that they need to work out and talk about here, now, today, tonight, on this date. They have to talk about it. So we can't just slow down and stop. But if we kept going, everybody would be like, Macaque is the asshole. And I was like, maybe I need to do that. Since people think that this is skewed in Wukong's favor and he can't like Wukong is doing all the mistakes, which, just FYI, I don't think anything he did in here is just him being objectively wrong and evil or whatever. He made a mistake. People make mistakes. Wukong making mistakes is not him being evil. Like, I don't understand that kind of like understanding. Like sorry, this is a tangent, but if you're reading this and you're like, every mistake Wukong makes and every mistake Macaque makes, that's a point for each one of them if they make a mistake or whatever. If you're thinking about it like it's a competition, or like you're keeping tally of who's right and who's wrong, I don't know what to say to you, because that's not what's happening, and that's not how relationships work. There's not a tally of who's right and who's wrong. That's a very damaging way to think about relationships. It is something that they both put effort into, and they both are going to make mistakes, and they have to forgive themselves and each other. That is just how it works. In any relationship, it doesn't matter. Romantic, platonic, whatever. That's just what happens. So the whole, like, Wukong's been doing a whole bunch of things that are hurtful or whatever, and he's caused a lot of fights, and Macaque hasn't done that as much. Besides just the fact that they have different natures, just they're gonna make mistakes. Macaque has made mistakes in this epilogue. He's made mistakes. And it's like Macaque's mistakes aren't as big, or there's not as much of a fallout compared to Wukong's mistakes, where there is like a big fallout, and Wukong has to apologize more. And I'm like, yeah, he has to apologize more. He hasn't been making connections. Like, he's getting back into the swing of things. So yeah, he's gonna fuck up. And as long as he recognizes that he's going to fuck up and he apologizes, then I don't understand what the problem is. He's continuing to grow. It's going to take him a while to change. He's an immortal being. Having this expectation that change for an immortal being is instantaneous, or even like, it'll take a few months. He's not immortal. I mean, he's not a mortal. He's not a human, I should say. He is immortal. So like, if you're like, I had 6 months of therapy and I worked through that. Okay, well, let's put that in an immortal's point of view. That's 60 years, or maybe 600 years. Like, they don't function the same way. They don't think the same way. So you have to keep that in mind. We're not dealing with mortal beings. We're dealing with immortal monkeys that have powers. And like, I keep that in mind when I write. I hope everybody else is keeping it in mind when they're reading. Because they have that understanding and think like, oh no, he should have learned that by now. He shouldn't keep making this mistake. Like, I just don't know what to say to that. As you can tell, I'm quite bothered by it, by that way of thinking, but it just boggles my mind because I just don't see it that way. I just see it as mistakes happening. And people make mistakes. People make the wrong choices in the moment. They don't do something, or they do something they shouldn't have. That just is common. Everybody does that. Every single person. They're not immune to that. Wukong and Mikak aren't immune to that. So, yeah, if there was a panic attack and Mikak had to comfort Wukong and then he got mad still, I just don't. And then I was thinking, I was like, that's not his character. He would be mad, but he would not discuss it anymore. He would focus on Wukong's comfort, but then he would have resentment. And in addition to having that tonal shift emotionally, it would mess with the flow of this argument, because we've kind of been going full speed ahead since Wukong like walked away and Mikak chased him. It's kind of been like constant like dialogue and this ramping up of tension and suspense and trying to work through something. If there's a panic attack, then we have to build it up a little bit and then slow it down gradually, and then picking it back up again to finish this fight is it would be too much. It would be too jarring. It would be like, it would make you feel as a reader uncomfortable because you're like, okay, we're going to slow down. Wait, we're going back to the argument? Like, why? We just had this really important panic attack get, solved or, worked through. So why are we going back to the fight? It would just make you uncomfortable. So I just had this, there are multiple reasons why I took it out. But I did just want to communicate that Wukong does have panic attacks. And I really wanted to put that in here to just show that he has panic attacks and he has anxiety. But this wasn't the time, I think. And it's just like, I'm keeping in mind also that Mikak is there and touching Wukong and like offering as much comfort as he can. Like, he's trying. Wukong keeps trying to push away and like move back and whatever, but Mikak is still trying to like comfort him as much as he can and like trying to understand what's going on. But it's just, I don't know. I think that kind of like grounds. It doesn't ground Wukong. Well, it kind of does. It kind of like he like recognizes that comfort is what I'm basically saying. And this whole thing about wanting more and being greedy, and Wukong admitting that he hates himself for wanting more and not being content with what he has, just feeds into that self-loathing as well. So his feelings just are really in the dumps. Like, he really is hating himself. He's like just not feeling great about himself, and he just wants to like remove himself from the situation because he's just not in a good place. And he's just being honest about his negative feelings about, because he, in Mikak's case, like the whole situation surrounding Mikak, Wukong has such like guilt and shame, and he such self-loathing and frustration and grief and sorrow, and he's just very hard on himself. And it's all of that is kind of compounded here when he has to talk about like why he's upset, and like him being greedy. He says, I'm being greedy and delusional. Like, he's just not being kind to himself, like MK told him to do, but he's just not doing that right now. And any attempt that Mikak makes to like try and pierce through that emotional wall is kind of like being pushed, like it's being met with such resistance that it's very difficult for Mikak to get through to him. And he's like, he explains like, even if you try and push yourself away, if there's more gaps between visits or whatever, that really doesn't do anything. It's just a punishment to yourself. Like, Mikak sees that it's just Wukong like punishing himself, and Wukong's like, well, what's wrong with that? Like, he's been punishing himself. He's used to it. Every day he punishes himself, just mentally and emotionally. Like, he's very hard on himself, and especially for what he did to Mikak. He's very hard on himself. He needs to learn some self-love, or, just forgiving himself, and that's like a whole other road he has to go down. These monkeys have such baggage, You have so many things they have to work on. That's why the whole kiss thing is like really throwing a wrench into the plans here. Like we needed kissing and physical affection and that whole tension and suggestive stuff to happen on top of everything else. Like, we haven't even like worked on or touched on everything else. Like, but anyway. But I just love Mikak's like being honest as well, just saying I want to see you too, and I'm being open about this. I'm being honest about it. I want to see you as well, and he's communicated that multiple times just on this walk. Like one of the first things he said was he wanted to see Wukong. So he's kind of like very confused here. He's like, "Are you just not taking my words seriously?" He's like, "Wukong, I don't really say things like that too often. Like, it's very rare for Macaque to be like that honest about his feelings." So, and Wukong knows that, but he's just having a hard time accepting it in this way. He's having a hard time accepting it and seeing that through the like cloud of self-hatred. So it's just difficult. I really like that Wukong brings up the is like wants to ask to be honest and brings up the alleyway scene, because in that scene he does say like he admits himself in that scene that he thought that they were going to protect each other because they talked through things and there was some amount of care there. So he really thought that they were like wanting to protect, because he really wants to, just the thought of having somebody have his back again and not being on his own and having to fight alone, like just that thought really like made him feel really good. He's like, oh wow, to have somebody I trust beside me and like protecting me. So because Wukong has just been endlessly protecting everyone. He's been protecting the world. He's been protecting the human race, the celestial realms. He's been protecting everything. And even if he is like the celestial primate of protection and strength or whatever I said, like that's just a lot on his shoulders. That's a lot of pressure. That's a lot of strength. And even if he can withstand it, he's like, it would just be nice if somebody would protect me. And I said this previously, like, oh, MK's right there. MK's not ready to do it. He would do it, but he's still in training. So he's just training. He's working on it. It's just it's just really sad that he's just communicating this. He was so upset about it that he needed to like say it to Macaque, that he just desperately believed that that's how they were going to be from now on, just from that conversation in the mirror, that they were going to protect each other and just care about each other in that way. And he's seeing now that it was like delusional on his part to think that, to like assign that to them. He's seeing that now, and he's being honest about like that was his mistake. Like he's trying, like I feel like Wukong is really trying to just extend more honesty, but he's still keeping in mind that he is like very extra about his greed and his emotions and the extent of his love. He is aware that it is a lot, so he's kind of still trying to keep that to himself, but it's kind of leaking out more and more. Like we're getting to the meat and bones of Wukong being so honest that he tells Macaque that he can't ask Macaque to protect him. He should be fine with just how far they've come, and he's admitting to being delusional and being like, I'm not seeing things for the truth. He's like inferring a lot of things. He's assuming a lot of things. He sees that, and he's just like, he's just trying to like save it. He's trying to save this as much as he can. He's trying not to ruin this. And I love that Macaque immediately knows. He knew where Wukong was going to go, and as soon as it happens, he's like, no, stop. That's not going to help. That's not going to do anything. This is a good time to talk about one of the questions I got about this scene where Macaque like is getting onto Wukong for pushing him away and just being afraid and like trying to like stop the walks from happening, like, or making them less frequent, like Wukong going through all that just to protect himself and just pushing. Like this was I wrote this this idea a while ago, like back when Constellations was still being written. I posted it everywhere. I think it was like the Shadow Peach makeouts where they like are talking to each other, and Wukong's like, he goes, oh, we should probably put a stop to this, because if he says like if Macaque wakes up one morning and decides he doesn't want to be with Wukong anymore, that's really going to tear him apart. So Wukong is like, I don't want to, we should just stop here. And then Macaque calls him out and is like, no, I know you're trying to push me away. And Wukong is like, no, I'm not. And Macaque's like, yes, you are. And he's like, didn't you just promise yourself to me? Like there was this whole snippet I wrote where they had this little brief argument about Wukong attempting to push Macaque away and Macaque just being like calling him out and seeing it for what it is, and then they just start making out, which is, that was meant to that copy was meant for something that's after the epilogue, but of course everything's been ruined because of the kiss. So now that copy had to be moved up to here because it is something that would happen early on in their like when they start to get romantic and get those feelings involved. So it had to be moved up here because there isn't absolutely no way that in the beginnings of something, Wukong wouldn't have this feeling of like, I'm going to ruin this, I have to put a stop to it, or I have to like distance myself or whatever I need to do to like keep myself from making this worse. So since that was the whole theme of that drabble or whatever, I had to move that copy up here because the kiss just threw everything out of whack. And so that means that things are progressing faster. So yeah, I had to bring that whole segment into here because it's something that I don't like. This would happen in the beginning of them getting together. Like there's no way it wouldn't. So I meshed that in here, and I reused the copy or placed it in here as much as possible. But I ended up not being able to use a lot of it, so it might show up later. But just the idea, I definitely kept with the whole pushing away. No, don't do that. I know what you're doing. That whole idea is in here, and yes, it is from that snippet, and I reworked it because it had to be moved in here because the kiss pushed everything out of order and sped everything up. So now we're in like a speed run, basically, and I now have to frantically rework things with the context of them having already kissed and being this close. So that's why, chapters are taking longer because I can't work on my original ideas anymore. I have to like rewrite them essentially and try and keep hold of everything of like the central idea I had. Like, since we're talking about chapter 13, why don't we talk about like what it was originally supposed to be? It was supposed to be just Wukong and Macaque going to the fucking cove and just being around the place where Macaque was born. It was, and then just like discussing how they are still mates and they haven't had a separation ritual. And then there was, most of the focus was on their vows and Macaque being like, that's not who we are anymore. We're different people, so those things don't apply to us anymore. And the final line was going to be like Wukong pointing out that they haven't had a separation ritual, and Macaque was going to be like, no, we haven't, and it was just going to end there. So it's kind of up in the air. Like that's how it was going to be. It was going to be much shorter. But since they are together, I had to basically just work on it from the ground up. I kept the idea of Macaque's birth because that had to be in here. And I kept the idea of discussing the vows and their mate status. But because there was a kiss, we had to turn it into a date. I also had to do the shadow reflection ritual. I had to think up what that would look like. Because now that Macaque's made his choice, he's reflecting. And now I have to figure out that shit. Then we have to go on a date. Have to figure out what they're going to do on the date, what they're going to talk about on the date, where are they going? They're going to the cove. What does that pathway look like? What do they talk about once they're at the cove? Because it's not short anymore, so we can't end it the way we intended to. So now they're in the water. And since they kissed, Wukong has this idea that they're mates and they're not, so then they have an argument. And they go back and forth between arguing and talking and kissing and making out, and then there's more arguments. Like it's you see how much it's been blown out of proportion. It used to be like 3,000 words. Now it's 32,000 words. And it's just like, what's in my brain? I thought that I would, like, because I wrote a lot of the epilogue in advance. And I thought that, because if you'll remember, in the beginning, the chapters were pretty short. Like, chapter 3 is like 2K or 3K. That was the length, that was the planned length for each one of these snippets, which is why it was going to be tacked on to the end of Constellations. That obviously isn't the choice now because it's now longer than Constellations. So I had to rework a lot of the stuff in the moment and extend it to be longer. And because of that, the relation, but this, I keep blaming the kiss. This is what really happened. Because the chapters are longer, their relationship is allowed to progress faster than what I thought it would. So What is one example? The whole time when Macaque is talking about his past to Wukong, that is a huge step in their relationship. That now that it's in there, it's like, okay, well, now we got to move on to this. And it's like, well, now they're arguing about how they were in the past and they reached a understanding. So that moves their relationship on further. And it just keeps going and going. And then chapter 9 happened. And Wukong rubbed Macaque's nose. And I was like, well, fuck. God. Chapter 9 doomed us. We were doomed by chapter 9. Oh, why did Wukong just rub that nose? And I was like, damn, all right, well, there might be a kiss. And, there was almost a kiss in the beginning of chapter 10. There was only almost a kiss at the end of chapter 11. Chapter 12 was just supposed to be Wukong and Macaque going on a little walk and just, meeting Xiaoping and his mate. And then just, but then it had to be extended again. So it's like their relationship is moving at a much faster pace because of the extension of the words and the content of the chapters. So yes, I had to move this part back in there because they hit this point way faster than I thought they would. And so, I had to slip it in there. And I was like, damn, fine, all right. It's just hard to let go of copy sometimes. You just have these great ideas and it's like you have to remove them for the betterment of the chapter or the fic. And you just get really sad and you keep it because you always keep like deleted scenes and stuff that you've written. You always keep it because you don't know when you could use it again. I don't know. It's frustrating, but it's good. So, yeah. But we've kind of talked at length about the whole pushing Wukong pushing Macaque away thing. So I think and that's an important part, but I think what's just as important is Macaque's response to it and how confident he is going on this rant in Wukong's face about everything that Wukong is feeling. Like, basically, Macaque is just breaking everything down in very concise statements to hammer it into Wukong's head that what he's thinking and attempting to do is not going to help them in the long run, and it's just going to hurt both of them. And it's also just him being offended because he has gone out of his way to say how he feels, what he wants to do. He's come over here out of the blue. Like he keeps going on these walks. He said he wants to keep working on this. Like Macaque feels as if he has made it abundantly clear that he is committed to this. And so Wukong doing this kind of pushing away thing when they've made so much progress, and it's like unreal that they've gotten this far and that this is even possible with everything that's happened between them. Macaque is like, this is something that should not be happening. This is something that should not come up between us while we finish this stuff out. Like, he's really angry that Wukong like introduced this to them, especially at a time when Macaque just decided what he wanted to do. Like, he just decided that he is content loving and hating Wukong, and that is the only way that this will work, and that's the only way that he can be in this world. Like, that's what he's committed to. So Wukong then not introducing, but he's just, protecting himself. And that's, while it's understandable that he's doing that, it's just harmful at the same time. Not to say that Macaque hasn't done harmful things, but like, it just wasn't the best time for that. And Macaque just doesn't see why it's even happening when he's not hiding away how he's feeling. Basically, he is not being dishonest. Like, everything he said this entire walk, he has been more honest than he's ever. He's not usually like this. Like, he literally told Wukong, like, you belong to me. He said all these feelings. And that he wants to be with him and he wants to see him more. Like, he's being honest and open about this, which he doesn't normally do. So, and then this is also compounded with the whole Wukong running away thing. Just, and I talked about this before, but just that caused a hurt in Macaque, that Wukong would just walk away like that when he's never done that before. It kind of again spoke to those feelings of him being cast aside and just not being important. So he takes that hurt and he kind of manifests his anger because he's really frustrated that that happened, but he's also like there's this fear inside of him, like deep down inside of him, that Wukong won't want to will like get to the point where he doesn't want anything to do with Macaque, and he like moves on. He doesn't want Wukong to lose interest or decide he doesn't want to work on this anymore. Like, he doesn't want those outcomes to happen. So he really gets this insecurity here when those buttons are pressed, and basically what Wukong did, just pressed all those buttons. So he's dealing with this hurt, and then on top of that he's dealing with this anger because right now Wukong is very in a mindset of protecting himself and just making sure that he doesn't get hurt. And because he just doesn't, like, if this happens, if they don't do it anymore, Wukong is going to be like fucking broken. So this is like his coping mechanism, and Macaque knows that, but he doesn't understand why it's happening, why it's coming out, when he's done everything he can to like assure Wukong that this is what they're doing and they're working toward that. And that's why he was so careful when he told Wukong before, like, I don't know where this is going to go. We're just working on being on better terms. I don't know if this is going to be romantic. I don't know if it's just going to stay how it is. He doesn't know. So Macaque just kind of gave this like vaguish type of answer because he's not going to say anything. He's not going to say anything more solid or like more concrete when everything is like literally up in the air and he doesn't know what's going to happen from moment to moment. So he's kind of just being real with Wukong during that moment. Anyway, all that to say that that's why Macaque is so angry here and just yelling and losing his temper and basically calling out everything that Wukong is attempting to do, and also just pointing out that like just the different perspectives that are going on here, because Wukong isn't like allowing himself to see things from another perspective. Like, he inherently knows that he should be pleased with what's happening and he should be pleased Macaque is even like around him right now. He knows that, but he's not looking deeper into it to like where we are comparing Wukong being afraid that his feelings might get hurt to Macaque was killed and he's still working on this. Like, there's like, it's basically like, what is hindering you from committing to this and just putting your all into it? Wukong is kind of afraid of being hurt, and Macaque is like operating on Wukong could hurt me again when he's already like killed me. So it's kind of like comparing those two, and Macaque is like, obviously the killing is the stronger emotion here, and so he has to bring that up to kind of make that comparison clear so that Wukong can see that that is why Macaque isn't having like this sympathetic response. He's not like comforting him right now, because if Macaque of all people has made the decision to put in this effort for this thing they're working on, then he's like, why is Wukong even afraid of anything? Like, and he's, you know, he's fearful, he's hurt, and so he's angry. And for Wukong, because I tried to explain things from both perspectives, he gets hung up on these things. Like, he gets hung up on a thought and it kind of overwhelms him, and it's difficult for anything to pierce that type of like bubble that he's in the moment. Like, especially when it comes to Macaque, like somebody he cares a lot about. He is so dedicated and he's trying to figure out a way to fix this so he doesn't make it worse. And that's why he didn't want to show this whole breakdown to Macaque. He like walked away deliberately so that this wouldn't happen, but Macaque followed him and he was like not expecting that. And so now they have to have a conversation about it. And it would have been something that Wukong would have handled on his own and like cried through it and been like, no, I have to decide what I want to do and how I'm going to respond and how I'm going to act from this point forward. And it's something he wanted to handle privately, but it's not private anymore because Macaque just, and you know, Macaque followed because he didn't know what was wrong, but it's something that they should discuss together. So altogether, this is like a good thing, but it just, all these emotions are mixed up into it, and it's just hard to discern between which emotion that they are expressing, like what is the truth and like what is the heart of it, like what are we trying to like communicate, what do we need to tell each other, what do we need to take away from this argument versus just walking away, so it's kind of like that. And that's, I think that is why, I don't think, in addition to all the hurt and fear that Macaque has, he speaks, like his tone of speech here and the way that he talks, like the cadence of his dialogue from like when he's telling Wukong that he's a coward, that Wukong killed him in cold blood, all of that, to the I decide paragraph or sequence of paragraphs, like all of that is very pointed and concise and very deliberately like firm. And that's intentional because it's like something that can't be argued with. Like Macaque is basically laying down the law here, and he does that because he's the he's the victim, and ultimately this is his decision whether this continues or not. So he's kind of acting on that to make something very clear to Wukong that it is not, like, it's something that Wukong has to accept. That this could end at any point is something Wukong has to accept in order for them to continue. Like there's that's out of his control. That's out, and he has to accept that. And it doesn't even come with the whole, if we end this, Macaque won't talk to Wukong anymore. That like, we don't know what the fallout would be. It just might be like, oh, we probably should like stop kissing or whatever. Maybe no physical touch. Or Macaque's like, let's just stay, platonic, or, just focus on like talking and enjoying each other's presence in that, like that. So there's uncertainty as to how it would actually end, but Wukong is like just so caught up in it ending at all. But Macaque chooses to, and also he's just angry. He is choosing to be very forceful right now, just so Wukong can't, like, Wukong can, it kind of bursts through that bubble of Wukong being so caught up in the feelings surrounding that fear of Macaque leaving. Macaque wants to just burst through that and lay down the law and be like, here is the situation and this is what we're going to do going forward. Speaking plainly and making it fucking clear. Just, this is how it's going to be. And taking that route when it comes to settling this whole thing is probably one of the best ways they could have done it, because it also establishes a few things. Like, it establishes that the reminder that Macaque is the one who decides if these continue or not. Like, that's always been the case from chapter like 1, 2, 3. That's been reiterated. So it's just reminding Wukong that that is the case and has been the case. Then it's like Macaque also setting some rules as to how these walks are going to go going forward. He wants it to be like he's in control of what they do when he comes to visit, and he gets to choose when that happens. He gets to choose what time of day, what day. He's laying down those rules because Wukong was like, oh, maybe if we change it to 3 days, I won't be so upset. Maybe if we change it to a week, I won't be as upset. And Macaque's answer to that is to be like, I'm going to come over whenever I want to and stay for as long as I want to, and we're going to do whatever I want. So basically, he's wrenching control away from Wukong when it comes to deciding how frequently they will go on these walks, and he's coveting it for himself to like kind of take that pressure off of Wukong, and also just kind of like take away the option of Wukong making a decision when it comes to this. He's basically wrestling control away, like taking the entire, not the entire, but just like how he visits, all of those questions, he's taking control of those. So it's not something that Wukong can like suggest or say to inflict punishment on himself. Instead of Wukong doing that and saying, let's do it every week, and then they start doing that, that is basically Wukong punishing himself. Macaque is like, that's not going to happen, and so I'm taking control of it so that you can't turn this into a punishment. You can't turn this into some warped way to protect yourself. That's not what's going on. So basically he's removing that decision he's taking it out of Wukong's hands. Like that now it's something that can't be argued with. You can see how that was a good and bad thing, but Macaque was very deliberate about doing that. Like he wanted to put a stop to the whole punishment through time type of thing because it won't accomplish anything. And he said that, but Wukong just didn't get that. So now he's like, okay, I'm it is up to me. I can see how people could interpret this as being like an inherently negative thing, but it's kind of a compromise. But it's done in a way that you wouldn't do. Like this is not advised. I mean, basically you should know that everything that these fuckers do is not advisable is stuff that should not be followed. But it is the best that they can do to get a sort of compromise going. And it's also just, I mean, at the heart of it, it is Macaque showing care. Because he knows that Wukong would broaden the time between visits just to hurt himself. You know, because the whole thing about spacing their visits apart, that is going to hurt Wukong. He thinks it'll stop him from having such strong feelings. It won't. And it'll just make him more desperate. It'll make him more eager. It'll just intensify those feelings instead of quelling them. And Macaque knows that. And Wukong's in denial about it. So Macaque is like, I'm not even going to let that be an option. I think overall it is a good thing for them. But the way in which it's handled, like Macaque going and saying, I decide because of how you killed me in the past. And it's not an argument. Like Wukong can't say anything about it. Usually you would want to decide together, obviously. But that is no longer the case. As Macaque has put it, that's no longer the case. And you know, it's kind of like, this doesn't change anything really. I mean, Macaque always decided when he came. He always decided how long he stayed. He most of the time always decided what they were doing. So this is not changing anything, but now it's like expressly stated and agreed to that this is how it's going to be, and there's no use arguing against it or trying to change something. Like, you can't change this. Wukong can't change this. It has been decided. And like, probably at the moment he can't see that Macaque did this to kind of put a stop to that self-inflicted punishment. Like, Wukong can't see that in the moment, but it's probably something he'll realize after the fact. Like, oh, he probably did that so I wouldn't like put pressure on him to visit less and less, you know. So, and it's also like Macaque also just clearly stating that he wants to see Wukong again. Like, he's saying that again. And I have just a lot of thoughts about this, and I'm probably not going to get them all down, but it was just, this whole segment is just really charged with emotion and just anger. Like, Macaque doesn't yell very often. He's very rarely driven to that point. So when he raises his voice and speaks in this really regimented, strict type of way, it's for something important. Like, this has truly upset him. So, and that's why Wukong is just so shocked, because he's like, Macaque does not yell. Macaque does not get this heated usually, only sometimes. He's probably, like, Wukong can count the amount of times Macaque has gotten this mad on one hand. It is that rare. And so, of course, he's like, holy shit, I need to just step back and not say anything or do anything. I just need to just stay out of his way. And, yeah. And also, like, you know, Wukong is into this also. That's why I wrote that his face was flushing or whatever. Like, he was, like, embarrassingly into it. And it's not, because I'm also, like, people could think, oh, Wukong was coerced or was afraid. And he felt pressured to agree to it. He didn't feel pressured. I know it's like Macaque is yelling in his face. He didn't feel pressured, though. And I think that speaks to just how Wukong sees their relationship. And I guess the trust that has been built between them on these walks. Because after Constellations, there was a understanding that there is a fragment of care between them. And so throughout the epilogue, they've obviously been building up on that, the care and the trust, and growing it in little splices or whatever, in little chunks. And now that we're at chapter 13, which is very near the end, it's like Wukong knows that Macaque isn't gonna hurt him. And I mean, you could say Macaque knows that Wukong's not gonna hurt him. So after the mirror, there's like an understanding that they don't want to hurt each other. I think, like, obviously Macaque can't be like, Wukong is never gonna hurt me. He can't trust in that for obvious reasons. But based on how they reacted just to learning that the other was tortured and that they couldn't do anything to stop it, how they were both so mad. And then in the alleyway, how Macaque put a spell in Wukong that we can infer is protective or something. Um, there is still care there, and Wukong points it out now. He's like, I thought in the alleyway we cared for each other, but that is slowly being built up. It's probably not to the point. It's not to the point of when they were mates. That's slowly being built up, but there is like a level of care between them now since they've gone on these walks and everything, and they've talked to each other. They've confessed things. They've discussed their traumas. Well, Macaque has just discussed his traumas. Um, Wukong's discussed a few little things, but it just shows that they're still kind of working on this. That Macaque can't confidently say, "I know Wukong is not going to hurt me." I don't think he'll ever be able to say that, and that's just again something they have to accept. So, but I forgot why I was talking about this. Oh, because Wukong like was afraid. He wasn't afraid about it. Um, if anything, he's just like knowing that he knows that this is important to Macaque because of how angry he is, and Wukong knows that he needs to listen because something he by doing this or like by not communicating, he did something that really set him off, and Wukong's like, holy shit, I did not want to piss Macaque off like this. And so he's like apologetic, but Macaque is again like yelling in his face and like getting really close to him and pushing him up against a tree again, and then grabbing his jaw, choking him. Yep, Macaque grabs his jaw. Wukong's really into that. You could say that this kind of is like this is kind of born from just all the times Macaque was just really like angry and intimidating in constellations when Macaque would like grab his jaw or choke him out. Like I don't really know how to say this. In the past, Macaque was like not he would get angry, of course, and he would stand up to Wukong and call him out or whatever, but he wouldn't do it in this way. He wouldn't grab Wukong's throat to make a point. He would like literally just talk to him or like sit him down and be like, no, this is what we need to do. Like he's sensible. But he didn't like Macaque in the past like wouldn't get so handy, about it. Now that Macaque now in the present, since Macaque has that anger that will never go away and hatred that won't go away, he has no problem showing that. He has no problems like showing that to Wukong and being like, you need to fucking listen to me right now. And maybe Wukong's into that. I don't know. I mean, if something he's also acting on the understanding that he is immortal and he will not die. Like nothing Macaque will do to him will kill him. Macaque has in the back of his mind always the whole favor and how he can ask Wukong to just go get those orchids and drain his immortality. Like he can always do that. That's always in his back pocket. That's why he's not telling Wukong about it. But he has that understanding that Wukong is not immortal, like really. So, and that's why Wukong is like not scared or anything. Like he doesn't feel pressured. He's just like, oh, this is how we operate. He's like, this is just how we are now, and he's into it. Like he is not scared. He is not trembling or whatever. The whole thing with Macaque grabbing Wukong's jaw, I was gonna have that be choking, but I don't think he'd do that right now. I was gonna do that though. But Macaque also couldn't do it because he needs to hear Wukong's reply to his answers, like him saying, this is what I'm gonna do, this is how it's gonna work from this point forward. Do you agree to that? And Wukong's like, yeah. And The whole point with Macaque talking about obedience, that kind of links back to Wukong running off in the first place and just not listening to Macaque when he said, what's going on? Why are you upset? From the get go. The next part where Macaque is talking about, do you love me? And then telling Wukong to sink his teeth in. I worried when writing that I wasn't being clear enough about what he meant, but I did write previously in other chapters that sinking the teeth in and not letting go is like refusing to let go of somebody, being like completely committed to them. You're all in, ride or die, that kind of thing. So him saying that to Wukong right now is like, if you love me, I need you to show it by refusing to let go. And again, you can see why Macaque would say that, just based on what happened tonight on their date, since Wukong was like walking away and the whole pushing away thing. Macaque, still has those emotions. That's still a part of his anger. And so he is making it clear that instead of Wukong trying to pull himself away and kind of play down his feelings of desperation and try to be normal, he wants Wukong to be completely honest. And, well, I know from this point, Macaque knew that Wukong was super desperate and just wanted to kiss and touch and do all that. He's made that abundantly clear in the past 2 chapters, but he can also see that Wukong is just kind of trying to only display so much. He's being so careful about it, which I talked about before. He's trying so hard to be normal, and Macaque is just like, no, don't do that. Just say what you mean to say, and just say unhinged things. Basically, he's just encouraging Wukong's unhingedness. Because, Wukong's he doesn't want to scare Macaque away with those feelings. So, but Macaque is he would rather see those extreme feelings than have something like this happen again, to have something pop up out of nowhere, this fear that Wukong had, these thoughts and these doubts and these, the whole situation with him thinking that he's going to ruin it. Macaque doesn't want a repeat of that, so he tells Wukong to be honest, and he means in every way. So if Wukong is I'm not really sure where we stand or whatever, Macaque would want to hear that. He's basically whatever fears or whatever you're feeling, say that so that we can discuss it and work on it and put them to rest, basically, so that it doesn't turn into a big, gigantic bubble of thought in Wukong's mind that's just hanging over him. Macaque is basically saying, say whatever you need to say, and he's saying that based on just how well they know each other. They've been through all kinds of shit together. They know each other so well. So he's basically, Macaque is Wukong, you don't have anything to hide. Macaque knows Wukong best. He's if you can't be honest with me. Macaque is basically encouraging that honesty because they know each other so well, and it's kind of it's kind of a safe space. I mean, it's kind of the safest place they have to do this, to actually share whatever they're feeling in the moment. So that's what he's encouraging. And I like the parallel between Macaque's unapologetic selfishness and Wukong being unapologetically desperate or honest or needy, being unapologetically himself and just straight up just saying or thinking or doing whatever he feels in that moment and sharing that with Macaque. Because number one, it's also Macaque already has an idea of what Wukong's feeling. So a lot of the things that Wukong is saying aren't going to come out of left field. It's just the things that Wukong won't share. And that he's been ruminating on, that form that big bubble, and then that pops out of nowhere, that Macaque kind of wants to put a lessen those kinds of situations. I like how intense this part is and how Macaque encourages Wukong to do it. And then Wukong being like, you want me to say what I truly feel and do what I truly want, and Macaque agreeing to that and saying, yep, bring it on, kind of. I like that instantly after that kind of permission has been given, or like it kind of brushes away that fear of Wukong being like rejected, or being of like Wukong was like low key scared, that he was gonna scare Macaque away by saying something that was like too obsessive or something. But now he's like, okay, since I can share my obsessive thoughts, Wukong's like, since I can share all my wants and needs and how obsessed I am with you and how I think about you all the time, I'm just gonna go ahead and do that. So, and this kind of sets the stage for, now that this has been established down the line in the other chapters, what is that gonna look like when Wukong is just completely honest and says what he's feeling, what he's thinking in the moment? How does that change their discussions? How does that, what avenues do they go down now that Wukong is being completely honest, and so they can circumvent the whole dodging questions and being awkward and not being sure what to say or how to approach this subject? It's like Wukong just straight out, flat out saying, I think about you every night. And then Macaque would kind of be like, so do I. Or like, he's like, yeah, well, I think about you. So, and then there's just like, there's just joy in Wukong. So that would happen a lot more. Just Wukong just being like, well, I think you're pretty. And Macaque being like, holy shit. So it's just gonna be a change for both of them. And I think it's gonna lead to some funny shenanigans, because Macaque sure did ask for this. So, I mean, he asked for it, so he has to put up with it. He has to deal with these consequences, and it's also going to lead to a lot more intense scenes when they're making out, just with Wukong's honesty put on top of that, like the suggestive parts. Where is that going to steer them? And I think you already know. That's why I'm having such a hard fucking time. But, this kind of shit just happens. And it's really funny because originally I wasn't gonna have them kiss until like way later, like way past the epilogue. And now that I'm like here, I'm like, that was fucking stupid of me to think. I think I did that out of like, well, at that time when I was planning it, I was like, they're not gonna be at this stage, not accounting for the longer chapters and stuff. And I thought, I really want this to take its time and not feel rushed into that. But then it's like, I thought of, and I did think about this, but I didn't truly consider the fact that they have a past history, and how much that would come into play, and how that would deeply affect things. Because of course, the closer they get, the more trust they build, the more apologies, all of that. It's going to bring that closeness back, and then they're going to recall how they were in the past. And it's like, they're aware of that, and they can feel themselves getting closer. So it's like, once they get closer, what do you think is going to happen? It's kind of like that. If it's a previous like partner and you're trying to work things out, the recovery process could be, it could be slower depending on what happened. It could be faster. I think with these two characters in particular, especially since they never fell out of love with each other, just fucking shit happened, some fucked up shit happened and a bad thing was done. But they never fell out of love with each other. Their love was like so passionate and intense. If you read the epilogue again, you can kind of see how Macaque is like holding himself back from admitting that he still loves Wukong, and how he finally does admit it in chapter 9. But you could see it in chapter 1, and he's just in denial about it. I mean, honestly, you could see it in chapter 4 of Constellations, but like, you could honestly see it in like chapter 1, I think. But anyway, you can just see how that denial has, like, breaking down that denial, and then finally giving in to the fact that he like still loves Wukong, and he always did, and that didn't change. It's like, then the pathway to true reconciliation and understanding between each other is shortened. And so if that path is shortened, then they were physically affectionate in the past, so they would of course gravitate toward that the closer they get. So it was kind of wild now that I'm looking back to say, oh, they're not going to kiss for a long time. I'm like surprised that it's even this long, because just constellations being as long as it is, and then this not being as long, I mean, this being even longer than that, there's just no fucking way. I'm like, I think the only way that it would have worked is if they weren't mates in the past, and this wouldn't have been written if they weren't. So, and I think I like that more because it's like more plausible for, I think it just makes sense overall. But it's also more plausible for like established relationship to happen. I like the moments of like them slipping back into how they used to do things, or like remembering how each other feels or what they like. But anyway, back to Wukong being a simp. I love that immediately Wukong is like, I want to be mates with you, and I love you, and I want to touch you, and I want us to be together, and I love you so much, and it's just flowing out. And then Macaque like being so into it. He's like, oh, actually, this is amazing. Literally every time Wukong's like unabashedly like, every time Wukong unabashedly expresses his intent and want, Macaque just melts. And so it's being like hit with all these like declarations of love basically, and what Wukong, all the things that Wukong wants to do, it's like he is fucking on cloud nine. He is melting. Macaque is like, fuck, damn, this is great. And of course, like, he's like, oh, I know you want to do that, but like hearing it said to him like directly is like, whoa. Also, it's like, I'm sure people are like, why didn't Macaque say I love you back? It's gonna be a while, guys, because it's like he understands that he loves him, but like admitting that out loud is like, God, it's still difficult for him. Also, I'm like, Wukong already gets that feeling kind of low key. And you know, in the past, Macaque had no trouble saying it. Maybe like the first time he was nervous, but after that, well, maybe the first couple times he was nervous. I just think in the beginning of their like, of them actually being mates, or even just like courting, Macaque is so nervous because he's like, wow, I sure am courting a king. And then he's like, wow, I sure am mates with the Monkey King. That's a lot. You know, he's kind of like nervous, and he's feeling that like pressure because of the status of Wukong. But like now, it's like he just has his own personal issues to go through when it comes to that kind of thing. So, but I personally like that he says I know to everything, and then he just like brings Wukong closer and picks him up, and they're basically just giving each other heart eyes, and just they can't take their eyes off each other, and they don't ever want to be apart actually. Um, and of course, this leads to more kisses because we just can't have a moment. We just can't go fucking 5,000 words without a makeout session. For fuck's sake, this kept happening, and that's why it's 34 fucking K. Anyway, they're once again making out. And I I called this section "Horny Time Part 2," and I think that's fucking hilarious. Anyway, Macaque tied Wukong up just to like see if he'd be into it. I think it's like, well, Macaque's into it, so he's like, maybe Wukong would be into it, but he's like, I don't know. He was kind of like chained under that mountain, but this time it's like Wukong's like, if it's Macaque and it's like for this reason, and also the ribbons of shadow don't feel as constricting, like they're just literally there to like hold his wrists together, and like Wukong could break them, like he couldn't break those chains, but anyway, they probably felt nice actually, like the shadow ribbons, like soothing, I don't know, maybe soft, I don't know, but anyway, Wukong was super into it. And I also wanted to explain the whole chittering thing that he's doing. It's basically like a vocal tell of being like ready to be claimed, or like basically like beckoning your mate, or you know, whatever, to come claim you. It's kind of like seductive flirty looks or whatever, bedroom eyes, that kind of thing. So that's why Macaque feels immediately super embarrassed, because Wukong is just laying it on really thick and he is not hiding anything, and Macaque asked for this and he's like, damn, this is really, I might have punched myself in the face here because this is a lot of emotions. But that is what Wukong was basically doing, and then just making himself like stand out more, you know, popping his chest out, like, you know how it goes. But I think just the we can sit here and talk about the makeout session and how hot it was or whatever. But I think this is also showing how easily they could fall, like this whole chapter basically, but this part especially is like showing how easily they could fall into like boning, um spending a night together and doing that, and then how easily it could lead to some misunderstandings. Because I mean, Wukong got kissed, got made out with. He got made out with for like maybe an hour, and he thought that they were mates. So if they go to his house and they bone, like think about what Wukong would take from that. Like it's wild and it's kind of dangerous. So that's why Macaque wants to take it slow, but it's very hard to take it slow because they know each other so well. Like they've done this before. They were mates. Like this is not it's not like a there's no awkwardness. There is no fear. It's something they've done countless times. And Macaque, since we're just looking from Macaque's perspective, he's made it clear how attracted he is to Wukong and how he wants to do these things and like refamiliarize himself. He's like eager to do that because like he's like that Wukong is mine. So since he's mine, I should just be able to check him out whenever I want. It's kind of like that. But it's real easy to fall into these things. That's why it's like a constant battle, because they would have done something if not for like the time, and that just makes it difficult for me because I'm like, oh gosh, I'm not trying to pull them apart every time, but like there's like that is a serious concern with the whole misconstrued or misconceptions with their relationship and what they are like to each other. Like that is like a genuine concern in Macaque's opinion, but he's also like he's not immune to Wukong's advances, and he's advancing too. Like Macaque has been very enthusiastic about it. Like this is on him as well, just as much as Wukong. So it's like Macaque is not immune to this. He's not unaffected, and he's got needs or whatever. Basically, I'm just saying that like if something were to happen, then it's like, oh, that's kind of understandable because they are really into each other and they just want to show affection and be close in that specific way with each other, because it's like they're also very touch starved, like thousands of years. They are both ready to go at it because Macaque spread this man's legs and also did that, and just gosh, he was so extra. Like this was not the time for this, but he's just like, I just want to see it, and he's like, oh fuck, that was a big mistake. Like he is like down to the second with these ghosts appearing. He's like, oh fuck, I shouldn't have done that. It's too late now. That image, like Macaque's like, that image is gonna stay in my head forever and ever and ever. That's great. But anyway, moving on, and like how the ghosts show up and ruin everything for everybody, I think it's really cute that Wukong offers to stay with Macaque again, and that's just, I mean, when he first did it, he was obviously like afraid because he's like, he does not like death magic, he does not like ghosts. So he's like, I'll do it, and he's kind of nervous, and he's like, I'll try, kind of. This time he's like, I will fucking sit next to you and we can just talk or whatever, or I can distract you from like the ghosts or something. Like Wukong is like committed. He's like, let's fucking go. He doesn't have as much trepidation or fear now because it's like, we know that Wukong feels like he can do anything if Macaque's next to him. He like feels like he can take on death, so he's like, I'll fucking do it. And it's like in chapter 5 or 4 of Constellations, it was like they hadn't built up enough of that trust, but Wukong would still try to do it. He would go out there initially and do it, but now he's like, Wukong's like, I'm all in, let's go, ride or die, and it's, I think it's really sweet that Macaque like is like, no, like very gently, like, no, you don't have to do that, and brings up the ribbon and all this, and how like Macaque is so adamant that no one else needs to be around when the ghosts are there, because it's like really uncomfortable and scary and terrifying, like to be haunted by ghosts and to hear their regrets, to hear their murmurs. Like these are hungry ghosts, so they have like things that are not resolved. That is why Wukong was saying when he first saw them that like it would take a ritual to get these ghosts to return, or to go back to the realm of death to be reincarnated. And that's kind of like in season 4 or whatever episode that was with Tang doing that ritual. That's basically what Wukong would have to do to get these ghosts to like reach a place where they feel comfortable leaving, where they feel comforted enough and they feel like they've resolved their issues and they can move on. So, but just to hear throughout the night ghosts just complaining and saying their woes in a very creepy, eerie way, and it's cold, like they bring cold with them. It's chilly, you know. It's not a good experience, obviously. So Macaque just doesn't want anybody to go through that. And he definitely doesn't want the monkeys to see it because they're already having nightmares. He's like, I cannot do that. So he really wants to get out of there. And it's just something he would not ask anybody to, because it's just very uncomfortable, and it's something that he deeply dislikes, obviously, but he doesn't want to burden other people with that just to get comfort. So he's like, no, I will protect everybody from this type of thing because it's like not great. When when these things happen, when the hauntings happen, Macaque usually goes out to places where there's nobody around. Like he does this very deliberately. He probably has a few places that he teleports to where there's no activity, there's no humans or mortals or demons or whatever. It's a very like in the middle of nowhere type of place, so that nobody else can see it or sneak in and be like traumatized. And he does that because he just doesn't want to scare other people. He doesn't want to be a burden like that. And it's just very sad when you think about it that way. You're just like, why can't the curse be broken? And it's like every time it's brought up, you're like, why the fuck is it still there? What are we doing? Like, get rid of it. You feel so sad for Macaque. That's intentional. I like, not just because of future plans, but just to like drive home that Macaque is not at his best. He is suffering every day. He can't do all the cool magical spells he wants to because he can't do advanced magic. He can't sleep. Like, he's fucking going through it every fucking day. And that mindset that the reader has of like, Macaque is suffering, this sucks, it needs to be fixed, he needs to get this curse off, I feel so bad for him. That is Wukong's mind as well. So now that you're seeing it from Macaque's perspective and seeing how the curse affects him and how it troubles him and all the things he has to do, all the hardships or whatever, you're seeing it from Macaque's perspective. Now you understand Wukong's resolve to break it. So you're like, yeah, Wukong, go off and break it. Do it. That's important. That feeling is important for what will come after the epilogue, because then something will happen that will put the reader in an uncomfortable position, because you know how badly the curse is affecting Macaque. You know Wukong's resolve. But since you read the epilogue, you also know how seriously Macaque is taking these walks. The efforts they're making to rebuild their relationship, because he's said it over and over and over again. This is serious and he's committed to it and he's trying to protect it and he's doing everything he can to, make this happen. Like, he is so committed to it and he values it. So you have these two conflicting things, and those two emotions are super important for what will come next. When that will happen, I don't know. But, I mean, that's just something to keep in mind, I guess. I just like conflict that is just born from decisions. I don't know. I like it when characters make decisions that is like, it's like, oh, you shouldn't do that. That's not a good idea. But then there's like a reason. There's like good reasons why they made it. And there's good reasons why they do the things that they do. You're like, oh, you're doomed, but you didn't really have any other choice, did you? Kind of like that. I really, really like those kinds of situations because you don't see them done well very often. It's very rare. And it's kind of hard to pull off because it's like you have to think of every different option this character has, and you have to come up with a barrier to those options. Like, why can't you just do this? Well, this happened. And it has to be like believable and realistic. Sometimes people just give like bare minimum barriers, and it's like, well, okay, I can work with that, But it's like, if it's concrete and you're like, damn, if you're like in the character's mind and you're like, damn, I really don't know what I would do either. This is complicated as hell. That's a really fun situation to be in, I think, as someone just enjoying entertainment. I think that's one of my favorite things to like see done, especially super well. So I don't know. I guess this is my attempt at doing that. You know. But anyway, it's very cute for Wukong to offer that, and I think it's very cute for Macaque to point out the ribbon again. And they are just very sweet and kind to each other during this time. And I just, that says so much. You know, this whole ending scene with the goodnight kisses is just wild when you go back to the first chapter and you're like, Wukong has, I mean, not Wukong, Macaque has such contempt towards Wukong. And now you're here and they're like flirting and being cute with each other. And I don't know, I like the whole dialogue with Macaque being like, sleep for me, dream for me, is so fucking sad. That's why Wukong almost cried. Well, did he cry? I think he might have. He was super fucking upset. He feels so bad that Macaque can't sleep. Like, he's willing to do anything. He is like, he hates that Macaque is suffering through this, and that for Macaque to just treat it as this like gentle thing to say, and he thought it would be like received well, and it's like, no, Wukong's like about to sob, and he feels so bad. He's like, oh shit, I didn't think. Macaque is sometimes so off the mark in some of the things he says, but this also the little flirting they do, and the curling, Wukong curling his tail under Macaque's chin. Whoa, that's serious. It's a very flirtatious gesture, that whole tail under the chin thing. It's another one of those enticing actions to get somebody, not to get somebody, but like to express intent to, you know, go do some super cuddling, I guess. And also just to express interest. The whole flirting with the tail. And that's when Macaque kind of gets flustered. Because Wukong is kind of just bringing out all the, he's, you know, doing all the tricks. All the flirty little tricks that demons slash monkey demons do to, like, express that feeling to a partner they're interested in. So he's kind of just super flustered by, but I mean, he can't be too flustered because he asked Wukong to be honest. This is Wukong being honest, so he kind of has to deal with that. There's also just the whole blessing of warmth that Wukong gives Macaque, and just how it was on the ribbon beforehand. Those spells are still there, of course, and the ribbon is still working. But Wukong is like, how can I make Macaque feel even more safe and not as troubled by these stupid ghosts? So he's again counteracting the cold with warmth and the darkness with light, and he's just trying to be like impart his presence onto the articles of clothing that Macaque wears all the time. And also, he didn't really remember this, but the magic inside of his chest too. Wukong was like, oh, that's true, I forgot about that. It also affects that as well because that's Wukong's magic. So the blessing is just like a abundance of warmth and light and just a comforting, really nice presence that is always with Macaque now. So he will feel it all the time. Every time that, like, his scarf, like the tail, and now that swirl of magic in his chest is like constantly filling him with warmth and light and just makes him feel like Wukong is there with him, because I mean, like, that's his magic, so it feels like Wukong's presence. And it's like, here you can kind of get the feeling that Macaque really knows Wukong's magic well, like he takes comfort in it, like, you know, even though that's hard to admit and he'll never say it out loud, but it's just a comforting presence. And that obviously did help him through the night. Obviously, it was a very thoughtful thing of Wukong to do. And you know, that blessing was like 3 times the power of the ribbon, so it's like very intense. So basically, Macaque just feels like Wukong's hugging him all the time, which is very cute. Like, he really secretly loves it. He secretly loves that Wukong did that so much, because it did help him get through the night, and it will help him get through the other nights. This is like the whole goodnight kisses, you're like, oh, it's so cute. It's such a pivotal moment as well. It's like another like goalpost or whatever in their relationship of reconciliation, of being like, Macaque fell deeper in love at this point because he sees how Wukong has taken actions to help him. Like, Wukong is continually doing stuff to help him with his curse, like the plum, the traveling to other realms, and then like this super blessing of warmth and light to help with the ghosts. He's like, there's no doubt that that Wukong cares about Macaque. Like, he can't deny that anymore, even though he wasn't really doing it. But it's just in his face that Wukong genuinely cares about him and is trying to help him. Like, he's trying to do everything he can. So those words that were said earlier in the chapter with Wukong being like, I'm just trying to make you happy. I'm trying to get rid of your curse. It'll be gone. I'm going to make sure that happens. And he's just basically saying, I want you to live happily and for a long time and not have to worry about those things. I want you to just be free and not cursed. Now that those words are like really sinking into Macaque, that he's like, oh, Wukong is like fully committed to helping me get rid of this curse, and he's like kind of flattered and flustered by that. So Macaque just having that reassurance and just that care, being explicitly told you're cared for and you're loved and all that, it's a very nice feeling. And he feels like included, or like, he doesn't feel as much as an other, since he's a resurrected he's a resurrected guy, a corpse, but like he feels more connected. I think it obviously deepened their connection. So he's kind of dealing with that and reacting to that, and it's just a wholly positive type of thing. And they both kind of came out of this like loving each other a little bit more and caring about each other a little bit more, because Wukong like Macaque just went over there and kissed Wukong to make sure he wasn't sad and to like cheer him up again. Like, he went out of his way to do that, and Wukong saw that and recognizes it, of course, and then the whole portal thing home, that's very sweet. Wukong is feeling very cared for at this point, just with how Macaque is comforting him and kissing him all the time, multiple times, and telling him to sleep well and all that kind of stuff. Like, and then so that kind of fuels Wukong doing the flirtatious gestures just to also help Macaque cheer up a little bit. Like, they're offering each other comfort and trying to end on a really light, happy note together. So you can just see how they care for each other and how that's such a contrast to how they were before. Like, obviously they still care for each other, but just the depth of how much they care has been grown so much. It's just wild, and it's just a really good moment for them. It was a really good moment of closeness. I think that's what this whole chapter was. It was just a big old chunk of them getting closer and understanding a little bit more, even if it was rocky sometimes. That argument paved the way for them to understand each other deeper. So that's like the crux of what this chapter is. But there was a lot of things that happened that were important and kind of set the stage for future things. But overall, this is probably, I always say this, but it's my favorite chapter, and I've said that with like the past 5 chapters, so I can't really say that anymore. But I really like this chapter. I'm glad other people liked it. Maybe not as much as Butterfly Kisses, but I mean, I fucking love this fucking chapter because I like night dates. But anyway, that's like everything I have to say about chapter 13 now. I probably will have five or 10 more things to say tomorrow, but it's just a really cute date. And just looking at it overall, you can just see how, like, I'm sure some people don't like this, but I just like the conflict interspersed with the fluff and how that can change and shift really rapidly just by one word being said or one action being taken or someone not understanding or misunderstanding or whatever. And, I just like that those things can both exist in a moment, like in the span of a few hours. I liked conveying that and capturing it, so that was really fun. But yeah, those are my closing thoughts, I suppose. I try and end these podcasts with like some future update or something. Chapter 14 is probably going to take a little bit more time. It's just a lot with the subject matter and like dealing with grief and that kind of thing. And it's also like one of those chapters, I mean, like all the chapters from now on started as short little things. So now I have to spread that, like add on to all that. And it's just a lot to add on to. And so that's a lot of new research I have to do and all this kind of like planning as to how things are going to go down and, all that. And then like adjusting for the previous chapter, like now that the 13 is out, that affects 14, of course. So like how will that, you know, go into their dialogue or how they interact with each other? So that's just a lot of things to consider when writing now. So I don't know when that'll be done. I'm gonna try and get it out, but I have other things to do. So I don't know. But we are almost at the end. At the end, when all of the epilogue is out, I'll probably do one final podcast overall to just share my like last thoughts with it and how much I love it and how happy I am that it's completed. And then I'll probably like give hints as to what's gonna happen next. But as I said in the beginning, I'm gonna be taking a break after the epilogue is finished. So maybe we all kind of need a break. Like I know like you guys are gonna be like, no, I want more. And it's like I don't know. Maybe we all need to take a break and like think about like ponder things. Yeah, I'm hoping to finish soon, and I'm really excited for the next couple of chapters. I like a lot of the things that are gonna happen, and I hope everybody else likes them too. I hope everyone else is excited. Once the final chapter of the epilogue is uploaded, I'll probably enable comments again. So, um, yeah, you can look forward to that. And that is all I have to say for now. I hope you guys have a happy winter season and just have a happy end of year. Like, I don't know. And always be thinking about Shadow Peach in your heart. Carry them with you wherever you go on your travels. And yeah, thank you for reading and listening. This is probably 4 hours, but I appreciate it. If you're this curious and this obsessed with this AU, that's a lot of commitment, and I commend you because I can never be free. But thank you guys for your support and all the nice words and the questions and everything. I'll see you in the last podcast for the epilogue. So hope you guys have a good day or night. And thanks. Bye bye.